9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Excellency is ready, and everyone is ready. That's coming through already. Everyone
Wow.
on the mark. Yeah, everyone get the message. Come in. Welcome.
Greetings, King Lancelot the First. Greetings.
Yes, greetings. I'm abundance. Yes, everyone. Another wonderful life. Absoluteness. Absoluteness. Full of absoluteness. This is not for the faint-hearted. It's for yourself. Your soul. Invite as much people as you can right now. Just share as much as you can. Just give us 5 minutes until everything is shared out. Then we get into the actual live. But just remember, this my people. We're just starting out, so there's no one coming up until we go through the program and get an understanding or an education of what we're doing, because it's not just like that. Come and ask us. You have to see what's going on, get an understanding first, get a full overview. It's nothing short. It's an extensive one. So we're gonna be able to go through it. Then we're gonna break. Then we come in and ask questions. So my people, just bear with us and let us share, and just invite as much people as possible. I appreciate it for passing by or staying. Okay, we're dealing with absoluteness.
Poor people have seen no improvement over the years from these guys and their movements. Yes, sir.
And you know this. And you know man.
Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only. Say what? Do it like we do. The night train.
Yes, my people, just again share as much as you can, like we're just sharing right now. So just give us about 5 minutes or so, then we go live. But yeah, let everyone know that the live is on. What you're getting is absolute. Nothing about entertainment. This is purely the knowledge for yourself, your royal identity. Yeah, my people, like I say, this is not just Black History Month, this is a royal Black History Month. We're taking our culture to another level, the level that we're supposed to be, primordial, supreme. Again, the highest level of knowledge of self you could find in this universe, in on this earth. We're changing the dynamic with our education. We're putting university practice towards the knowing of ourselves. This is a life that you won't find nowhere else. You won't hear if you check your records from no one else. None of our elders, leaders has put towards ourselves in this manner. Again, this is a royal manner. The standard is absolute. Standard is absolute, my people. And yes, you are the imperial family of the imperial crown. I'm Lord and King, the real King of England, heir to the imperial crown from my ancestral house of Wessex and Mercia, over Charles, a foreign administrator from the house of Saxon Coburg, a foreign house. We are absolute, my people. We win based on genealogy, and that is what it is. The DNA makes sure to know that you're the first, and it's what it is. We are
Thank you guys for coming. We'll be back in a minute. It's just he's just had a call and he's sharing the live. So just bear with us and we'll be starting soon. Yes, if you want to find out how you can trace your genealogy, we do it on the website. I'll put it in the chat, where we do offer a surname research, and we trace your surname migration, the role of your surname, and we trace it back to history. And we offer that on our website, thehouseoflancelot.org.
yes, my
Okay.
people. Listen to the Excellency. We do absolute. We win, my people, by a long shot. Yes, my people. Yes, we are on the way. Remember this, from Pharaoh to Plantation. You know, we have to understand this is a return. We know where we're coming from. Now we know where we're going. We're dealing with something absolute. I have to keep saying that because it is absolute. I want to show you how far apart we're from the rest, how we are established. We're dealing with law, history, genealogy, the foundation, psychology, the foundation to defeat any lies, pretenders, the foundation to make everything unite, to bring everything as one and put it in order, because that's all that we're missing, our inclusion in our own self. Yeah, and we're in the plantation era. A lot of us do not know about themselves, and again, this live is for people that do know about themselves. And we there's a zero tolerance of people that do not wish to know about themselves, but just want to talk. You know, firstly, you have to understand yourself. So we providing that experience, that guidance, and then everything then continues from there. So remember, this is Pharaoh to Plantation, and yeah, we're gonna go through the website. Just give everyone a brief view of what we're on about. Yeah, so this is a brilliant moment. We're in the year of Jubilee. So remember that we're in the year of Jubilee, and in this year, especially the time to know yourself and return to your house, return your inheritance or your properties. You have to ask for it. This is a royal custom that is in the year of Jubilee. You could find it throughout many documentation, and it is the year. So we're coming up to nearly the end of the year, where your mind, as long as you start your claim, it continues to the following Jubilee. So we're doing what we're doing because it's just in our blood. We're primordials, meaning the first, and it is written. So listen, so now get into the website, House of Lancelot, the Constitution and Local Board of Health. The Constitution is a royal construct, is a royal blueprint, has been adapted. This is how to put your house in order, your family, structure-wise, a lot of laws, everything is there as a blueprint, so you know how to put your house in order. This is something that is a requirement. You know, you'll see all of the aims, the purpose within this constitution, and you could adapt it and make your own or join. Anyway, you have to put your house in order, and this is an excellent way of our tradition, our intelligent tradition. So the Constitution is very powerful. You could find it, you know, when you click and you'll see, go for the Constitution. Also, the local board of health. You know, health is, again, the foundation. And with health, you could control everything. It gives you the power and the autonomy to control yourself and your environment. So we created the local board of health. This board is under the Health and Safety at Work Act 1974, which give us the power to carry out inspection as an inspector, health and safety inspector in public offices, police, judges. We're able to carry that out. Again, the board requires competent people that has information, instructions, and training. Because again, the more competent you are, the less risk you would be at or you would do to others, because it's very important. Competency is what we require as individuals within society. So the society could be much better because we are dealing with a royal society. So the level has to be at a supreme standard. So that is again our house. Very powerful. These are things that you could see when you go through. Go
Not to
ahead.
interrupt, it's your screen's coming off to the left. It needs to be centered back. Yes, that's it. Perfect.
Okay, appreciate it. So also, we're connecting families back to their roots. This is a royal root. This is an imperial one, an absolute one, something where there's power, crown, value is there. And in this, you cannot go wrong. This is knowing where you're coming from and knowing where you're going. Also, we have the magazine, and the magazine provides you with all of the updates that you need to know, done by our Excellency Awoken segment. Brilliant work. So just put your name, details, email address, and join our mailing list. All right, that is very important to get all the updates. Also, our mission, House of Lancelot, is to build and promote a Pharetic Family Institute and educational facilities in psychology, history, and law for our Windrush Commonwealth realm, family members locally and internationally. Very important. Education, Pharetic family, absolute one. Knowing your crown. This is the biological part, the DNA part. Yeah, it's very, very powerful. And yeah, the education is required. Psychology, again, is health and safety, history, and law. These are what binds everyone together and make them do work. Also, one moment. Renew that. Yeah, also we have our latest news. The Crown is Your Birthright, Volume 2. What is that? The Crown is Your Birthright is so powerful. It's a documentary on my research, my exploration about my family, about who I am, and you know what I found out. It's in a timeline, and this timeline allows you to know what goes on year to year. It goes over 7,500 years. There's gaps in the timeline, but for the most, it's a excellent, a winning mindset. It's the best way to advance your psychology. If you want to correct things, correct any history that has been missed out. Also, we have laws and other references to get the best accuracy. Crown is your birthright because it is your birthright. And a lot of people have to have that understanding. Again, the more you know about your history, the more you know about law. You would understand the law even better. All right. Again, the activities that took place, the history that was made, in Parliament, what's going around within the media that happened was a historic moment. A lot of people hasn't catch up to yet, but that moment is what's again creating the shift, the standard of behavior, the standard of our intention has to be put out. So I'm gonna play it so everyone could get our understanding what has been going on.
So tell me today, what are you here today in Parliament?
Well, I'm here today in Parliament to represent the Windrush generation.
Yeah.
and also to proclaim and declare that I, Lancelot, is the real King of England by bloodline, by genealogy, by law and constitution. Because we're from the ancestral house of Wessex and Mercia, and we have right to the throne over King Charles, which is a foreign administrator, and he's from Sox, Coburg and Gotha, which is a foreign house. It's not native to England, and a lot of people don't know, so we're under foreign government, and that's why it's affecting all of those that are from the Wimmer generation. A lot of uneducated people that are representing us that are not doing the justice, and that's why when you see the footage, you know, that was an excellent one, because someone needs to change the dynamic of what's going on.
Where can they find you?
houseoflancelot.org, and you find the whole history, find the teachings. We're dealing with so much because, again, there's so much pretenders, so much foreign invader that's going on right now. Even in this is again based on my bloodline, Westminster Parliament, Westminster Abbey. This is based on King Edward I, again from the House of Wessex, and we know we have a lot of whitewashing, things being changed.
Okay, yeah.
And as the group of the Windrush Commonwealth of Caribbean have more rights than King Charles himself, which is from Soxon and Coburg. That is a foreign house. We, as children, have more rights than King Charles himself. I'm telling you, this is the law. We have more rights than King Charles himself. I'm directing to everyone that is a part of the organization of the Commonwealth, whatever they're dealing with. I said, I found my organization, I found that we have more rights than King Charles himself, and we're dealing with some petty things. People are dying, and you're not just talking like nothing ain't going on. Like I say, the same karma is going to happen to you, because if you're the foundation that built the whole kingdom, if you're watching them dying day in, day out, it's gonna come back to us, all of us, because that's what's happening now. Again, and no, it's not going off the subject. No, like I say, the Windrush generation of the Caribbean, especially, they're the Commonwealth realm, meaning their actual family bloodline. I am part of I myself, I'm directing, I'm looking at you, I'm directing to the whole room. We're all in the whole room, and I'm directing this. Again, I have my blood, and I could find my descendants in
Yeah, my people. So again, there's another video. There's lots of clips. My journalist has still got it. I don't know. He's just doing what he does. He provided a strategy, and he gave me a little, but he just done because he knows how to put things out in the media. Then it just worked, where that spread the awareness. He does have the whole clip though. It is a long debate or a long conference, so it's very good. Yeah, so that's what's going on. That is the change that's being made, the awareness, so that awareness is being spread right now. Like I say, it's over 500,000, over 600,000 people has viewed so far. I don't know, because it has been put on so much other people's platform, so again, it could be in the millions, but this is what I want. This is why it's supposed to be. Appreciate for sharing. Remember, everyone, share the live. Like I say, we're providing something absolute, for all the royalty that were sent across beyond seas, and their identity was taken and are being used by others. So remember to share, because everyone, wants to know their true self, and tap up the screen. Yeah, so also we have the House of Lancelot Institution of Learning coming soon. And the institute is being created in digital form by Awoken Excellency, and it's again gonna be spectacular. The levels of craftsmanship is unmatched. All right, so these are the things. Also, what we're gonna be talking about today mostly is the sovereign ground for families of those who are born in parts B and C. Claim your inheritance. You have inheritance that you weren't taught. So again, teaching is an inheritable right. So anything you're taught, you inherited it. So if you're taught to lie, you're gonna inherit that continuously. So we've been taught to pretend to be something that we're not, that benefits others and do not really benefit us, because again, even though we're getting paid for pretending and it seems like it's benefiting, but as a collective organism, it's not. And that's why you have to claim your right. You have a royal identity that has been hidden and now it's being revealed, and it's right now, and we're here, and it's the best time for us to know what's going on. Also, you could find out more about that and about your genealogy through your surname research. The best way to identify yourself, your movement, when it comes to your genealogy, the surname is attached. It's an intellectual property, and the genealogy, the DNA is attached to that, because again, DNA is something that cannot be removed. It's what creates fossils. So anywhere your genealogy has gone, your DNA goes along with it. And this is all intellectual property. Your genealogy shows you more clearer where you've gone. So, and it gives you all the details of what you do, all of your craftsmanship, everything that is relating to you. And from there you could trace. The DNA is what to show you who's first. As we can understand, it's a mathematical equation, which is a DNA sequence, like an E1B1, that shows you the first set of people, and they give that the location, and it comes with the genealogy, meaning the things that they do, the name, their intellectual property. That's why genealogy is so important, because you could understand fully about yourself and the things that you used to do. Also, we have the Divine Goddess Day. This is something that was created by Awoken, and this is for all of the goddess, for all of the empresses. Divinity comes from Kemet, Mayat, and it displays your supreme being, your absoluteness, your ability to know what is right from wrong and put in the order. We have our courses. The Crown is a Birthright course. This is a university course. Years, like 3 years. This is that powerful. Also, you have other shorter course like the Crown, Proceedings and Rules, The Secret of the Windrush Generation. These are for memory enhancement. The Life Certificate and Finance Acts, Nationality and Immigration, Police and Rights Act. And it just helps you to enhance your memory on your behavior, how to conduct yourself, how to know what is going on, because the law is power and it is used within acts, because there has to be a law for something to be enacted. All right, so it's very important to understand the way how the structure is worked. All right, about us and what we believe. As the family of the Most High God, in knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, we believe in learning all we can about our roots and culture, because we believe in more than words, a lifestyle in modern society through all forms of education. We believe that art, law, psychology, history, and business are a link for the fulfillment of dreams. to making our dreams our reality. The greatest happiness and assurance in life comes from knowing where we come from. We will feel the benefit and encourage for ourselves and courage for ourselves as we seek to understand the living God's connection to our family, life, and teaching. When I first started, this is something that came to me, and I just put it in, and I was just give it a structure, corporate structure. Again, it is powerful because again, Most High God in knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, something that we all can relate to. If we don't have knowledge, so our people perish by the lack of knowledge. So we require all these things. This is what we call intelligent, something beyond spirituality. The crown itself, the sun itself, the soul itself, the system that makes all things move. And this is what we require. Again, we have the primordial team. It's here. And all there to support. Our WhatsApp group, all like-minded people, you could get the WhatsApp group, just DM, and then we'll connect you to the WhatsApp group. DM Awoken or myself, and we put you to the group. That's good. So we have our projects. Our projects, again, these are practical things. We have Dr. Juice Health Beverage Projects. This is in St. Thomas, acres of land where we grow fruits and vegetables. Again, people are on the ground, and we resource natural fruits and vegetables. For anyone that do wants these things, just again leave your contact in the DM, like go to the contact us and just leave your interest, and then we'll be able to get to you. All right. Again, we make juices. Very, very much a lot of things. All our association you could find. All right, my people. We're gonna get into what we come to really focus on, and this is it. We have the petition, a sovereign grant for families of those who are born in parts beyond sea. And again, when we go through this, as you can see, the amount is 100,000. Reason for that, again, that is to make sure everyone is secure, because that's what number is needed. So when it goes to Parliament, it is read out publicly where everyone can get the benefit of what's going on and be helped with that, because this is again for the people, and I put it in that way due to the fact that I realized it was much bigger than myself. So it's a petition, something that has been before, not the first time. Something that has been before is it's being redone again. And we just do the things that work. The laws, it works. And this is what we have to focus on, the things that work, not the things that don't work, because everyone is gonna feel like things don't work. Well, it's just that our leaders have not put us in the right order to the things that work. So now we have an absolute finding. We have the law, we have the history. Now we require the behavior of these things so that we can execute them properly. Again, so remember, that's why the petition requires 100,000. So it goes into Parliament. It's been read out publicly, so everyone can get more aware of what's going on and the qualities that we have, the rights that we have. But we're going to provide it here today. All right, remember, sovereign grant for families of those who are born in parts beyond sea. And, again, everyone that signed, you could see their names within, the recent signing. It's very important. So everyone that's on this list when things happen, myself, they will be under my safety and my prerogative. That is very important. So again, this is where in this live we break up the live where again we balance the energy. We have Excellency Awoken as a very great spokesperson. She's gonna help to go through the petition so everyone could have a clear understanding of what we're doing in this present moment for this season and this reason. So let me just adjust the screen. Can you see everything clearly on your side? Just to get a good feedback.
Yes, it's fine.
Okay, that's all good. All right.
Okay, greetings everyone. Thank you for coming to the live. This is a petition that was written by King Lancelot I, taken from King Edward I statue. So the petition is for the Treasury to provide to everyone a sovereign grant from the resale fund to our family of those who were born in parts beyond sea, for all their living and other expenses. We, the father, the Webb family and extended family of the House of Lancelot, Lord Lancelot Webb, at Chenwood, Sutton Borough of London, of those who were born in parts beyond sea. The Windrush generation of the Commonwealth realms are all subject to the Crown, colonies, and fundamental law of the realm of England and Wales. The Windrush generation of the Commonwealth realms have been refused their rights to abode in the United Kingdom with headrents, which is against human rights and equality. This petition will help save children, adults, and the elderly from discrimination, torture, suffering, and death by wrongful administration. In a period of changing economic environments and insecurity, new trade economic patterns and unprecedented threats to family peace and security, and a surge in popular demand for democracy, human rights, and broadened economic opportunities, the potential of and need for the House of Lancelot, a compelling force for good and an effective network for cooperation and for promoting development has never been greater. Recalling that the House of Lancelot is a charitable, cultural, education, and religious society of the family institution and equal family sovereign state, consulting and cooperating in the common interest of our family and in the promotion of family understanding and family well-peace, and influencing family international society to the benefit of all through the research of common principles and values. The family of the world, through the vitality of their community, have made a remarkable contribution to the eyes of society for generations. In the course of administrating the affairs of the House of Lancelot, we made the decision to secure the Windrush generation, Commonwealth realms, families, histories, and laws. We, the father, the Webb family, and the extended family of the Constitution of the House of Lancelot, we urge you to sign this petition to protect those who were born in parts beyond sea, inheritable rights and equality, thus preserving our historical rights for future generations and confirmation. A statue for those who were born in parts beyond sea, of the 25th year of King Edward III. The statute the first states, the king's children declared inheritable in England, wheresoever born, the law of the Crown of England is, and always has been such, that the children of the kings of England, in whatsoever parts they be born, in England or elsewhere, be able and ought to bear the inheritance after the death of their ancestors, which law our Lord the King, the prelates, the earls, the barons, and other great men, and all the commons assembled in this parliament, do approve and affirm forever.
Forever. I appreciate abundance. Excellent speech. My people, this is something that's absolute. And this is why we're doing it, because it's an absolute thing. And yes, everyone, I know it seems like something is up right now. Yeah, just remember to share, keep sharing. Yeah, so something that's absolute. And everything that is mentioned within this petition is an actual law. So, this law is backed by my research, my book, Crown is a Birthright Volume 2. It is a discovery, it's a research about my family lineage and an exploration about my family lineage, where I found, again, so much things that not just relate to myself, but extend to so many other people, so many other families that are connected. And this is what's going to guide us through, again, the life with just more details of the Lord and what we're talking about. Very important. Remember, we're dealing with the sovereign grounds for families of those who are born in parts beyond sea. And if you look, it's going to highlight this part. So, families of those born in parts beyond sea. It's taken from, again, a law which has been put in a statute from King Edward III in his 25th year. And you could find this, within legislation.gov.uk. Legislation.gov.uk is where you get all your primary resources from. Again, you can't go wrong. This is something absolute. Everyone gets their information or knowledge from here when it comes to dealing with law, anything regarding authority. So we could find it here, and it's absolute. So, when you type in like how you see here, when you type in the title, wherever you type in, it will appear. And then you could click there, and then you get the whole act. That's why it's just generalizing. So this is where you get, and it's a sovereign ground for families of those, sovereign ground for those who are born in parts beyond sea, 1350. And again, what we're going to be highlighting or studying is these main things. Again, this law within the statute, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 paragraph, is one of the most powerful law, or is the most powerful law in the world, I would say. Again, when it comes to the Bible, it sums up any scripture in 7 lines. Every scripture sums it up in 7 lines. This gives you everything, and it is authority to this, still to this day. It's still authority, and we're going to be highlighting things like the King's Children, the law of the Crown of England, the children of the kings of England, as the same as the King's Children. Also, inheritance, because this is what it's about. Inheritance. Also, we have ancestors. So it's all about as well, ancestors, inheritance and ancestors. Law and the Lord the King, which the law and constitution, Lord the King, and the commons. And the last one is what is so special, forever. When you see especially forever, that means God has provided this. This is a statue. This is a law that is provided forever. It's an inheritance, and it's just required 7 lines. And this is, powerful. This is what create all of these acts and every other thing that you see. This is authority. This is absolute, and it cannot be removed. And this is what we need to know. So these are the things that are going to help you to know that. Because when you talk about ancestors, you're talking about genealogy. When you're talking about inheritance, you're talking about genealogy. When you're talking about the law of the crown, you're talking about genealogy. When you're talking about the King's Children, you're talking about genealogy. It's here. Again, I'm gonna make a good point, and I want everyone to think about it. Just remember to share the live to a lot of people. Share the live to a lot of people. Seems like it might be, again, blocked or something. So again, that's why I tap out the screen. It does seem like it. So yeah, sometimes again, when things are being impacted on a scale, we are gonna have a little bit of turbulence. But yeah, and also before I continue, due to the fact that is again the Royal Black History Month, as I will say, we're gonna be having the show now, just for this month particularly, throughout the weekday, so Monday to Friday. So we're gonna go back to our normal schedule, Monday to Friday at 9 p.m. and is it East Western time? Yeah, 9 p.m. Central time, or the right, correct, but England time. So yeah, that's what's gonna happen, because we're making this month a month where we get a full awareness. We're talking about our royal identity within this month. So we're making this month so powerful and so aware that is to continue making the shift, because everything has fallen in an order. I just totally forgot about the month that is coming, that from events to event, everything is just continuously growing in awareness. So this month is where we're gonna spread that awareness daily. And yeah, so that is what we're doing. So we're back on schedule Monday to Friday for especially this month, which is the Royal Black History Month. And we're gonna keep the awareness up, because it is spreading. It's probably around the world by now, but I just want to keep it spreading. Don't stop. The portal is open up. Our ancestors are coming through, our royal ones. So just keep opening up in that channel, and we definitely could make that change happen sooner than we could ever expect it. So remember, I say we're going to be highlighting the King's Children, the law of the crown. Remember, it's a law, people, if you could read clearly, it's a law, and it's of the crown. So it's the highest things that we're providing, the highest potential, the highest activity, the highest result, the law of the crown. So again, if you're not coming from this point of view, and if you don't know, you have to just bear and get some supreme knowledge that you had never gotten before, so you could have a better understanding. All right, super important. Okay, just one moment. Yeah. So again, the law of the crown of England. That's what I wanted to share. Also, yeah, we talk about the children of the kings of England, the inheritance, also ancestors' law, and forever. And remember, it's a petition. That the petition is to help everyone. It's to help everyone. Things are being done by myself, as you can see, but to affect the people quickly is a petition, because everyone can get involved. And this is why I made this, because it's so convenient. No one cannot complain if for no reason. No one cannot complain, because everything was put out there, and you have the ability to see and know and read. So anything happens, again, it's just your lack of understanding to know what's best for yourself. Again, lacking knowledge of self is what destroys us. So that is the reason. Again, we have the petition. So we're gonna cover that. So we cover, again, the main law that we're gonna follow on, and the crown is your birthright. So we're gonna go over to, there is within the petition, sovereign grant. So a sovereign grant is a royal individual that is able to use, again, their inheritance. That's why it's a sovereign grant. And so now we'll find out the sovereign people, okay? So based on this law, it tells you the children of the kings of England. All right, so sovereign grant, the children of the kings, the king's children. All right, so when we go over to here now, another law you could find within the petition, legislation.gov.uk. Yeah, my people, just keep sharing because we're getting the right people, educated, minded, and do want to make a change and do have knowledge of self. And I guarantee you, this is something that you have not seen before, not in this way, absoluteness. And this is the type of standard we're setting. I know a lot of people could relate because a lot of people have lost themselves, but many can, because it's like many are called, but few are chosen, and it's a reality. You know, many want to stay in their slave identity. Many of us do not want that. We want our royal identity, our sovereign identity, and this is what's gonna show you what it is and how it is and how to use it and the power that it has. Right. So again, you could find legislation. This is where you get all creditable information in knowledge. It is absolute. So Sovereign Grant Act 2011. So this is when it started. So this is the guideline I'm just giving everyone. And then we're going to show you again through the details. So the guideline states sovereign grant. A sovereign grant is to be paid by the Treasury to Her Majesty for each financial year. And it shows you the purpose of the sovereign grant for a financial year is to provide resource for use for that year by the royal household in support of Her Majesty's official duties. So look, so now covering this part, the royal household. So look, just remember, just gonna go through it. Myself, clearly there. Like this, I took this picture before. Again, all of this, it was just in my memory to wake up. The volume 1 was already done, so my memory was waking up, but everything was kicking in fully. You know, again, Lancelot, like same age. You could find me, Lancelot of Middlesex. That's where I'm from. Middlesex of the Webb and Lawrence family of the House of Wessex. Again, Webb as referred to Weaver. So when you do the genealogy, it gives you this, and then it gives you the meaning of your name, and that meaning is based on the craftsmanship. So a weaver then goes back into masonry, meaning go back into pharaohs, and there are pharaohs that have certain attributes, just like Neith is the goddess of weaving. So that is the bloodline of Neith, because they are the weaver of the universe, and that would be your bloodline. So I go back, found that I go into the first dynasty of Egypt and the 12th dynasty. This is a matriarchal part of the web, because the matriarchal has the longest DNA, the longest sequence of DNA, and this is what I find. And also again, Surbeck patriarchal part where I find from the 12th dynasty, very powerful. Also, imperial crown residence of the royal house of Windsor. A lot of people don't know these things. Like I say, you could find your coat of arms in Westminster Abbey. Your coat of arms is your royal coat of arms, which is your family bear, and it's a royal peninsula, meaning it's a royal borough. So it's governed by royalty. So any intellectual property or any body or ancestors that's within that borough is again part of that royal borough. So that's why it's super important to know about your genealogy. Westminster Abbey means a chartered house. This is where they keep the laws, the charters. All right, very important, and it's called also a mother's church where they keep the records. Super important. Yep, remember we're in the time, year of Jubilee. We're in the year of Jubilees. And within this year, again, this was done by Pope Francis before his passing. Yeah, there was 2 Jubilees. There was another Jubilee before that. Yeah, appreciate everyone for passing through. Yeah, share up the live, let everyone know what's going on. Again, we're in a Jubilee here. The Jubilee for 2015. This was the extraordinary Jubilee of Mercy, 2015, 2016, and now we have again that timeline, the 25-year Jubilee, and then it then continues. So we're in the year of Jubilee again, because things have to be collected. Also, they already know that they have done something wrong, because the windrush compensation scheme was to again provide compensation for what they have done wrong, but due to the fact that they don't know how extensive our history is, and no one is not telling them because no one don't know. So this is what we're providing. That's why I went to Parliament as an independent advisor to let them know how serious our history is. I could say we have been detached from our history through the schooling system, and this is depriving. This is a offense, but a lot of people is not really complaining about this. So again, not complaining about yourself. So it's whatever it is. If you don't care, then doctors don't care. It's just like that. So let's go into this now. Year of Jubilee, and then we're gonna cover this. Okay, here we go. All right, we have the Royal House of Windsor. All right, Royal House of Windsor. So this is based on what I mentioned, the royal household. And the royal household is the House of Windsor. The House of Windsor is the native House of Windsor. Because Windsor is within Wessex. I'm going to highlight this for everyone. So the House of Windsor is the royal house. And if you realize, these are the countries that are within the royal house. So everyone that's within this country should be native to this house. So this is their ancestral lineage. However, you have King George V, Elizabeth II, and Charles III. They're from their ancestral house, Saxe Coburg and Gotha. And you could find Saxe Coburg refers to primarily a historical German duchy, Saxe Coburg, and Gotha, which existed from the 1826 to 1918. Super important. Again, it's a German origin. That's what Saxe Coburg is. Then it's not native to the United Kingdom. And see, a lot of people, they are so programmed, so racist as well. They would rather a foreigner to lead them, but not leading them nowhere. They will be this ignorant, knowing that this person is not a native to lead them. This is destruction 101. So again, that's why it requires strong people. This was adapted in 1917, and these are foreign administrator, and due to the fact that they inherited through cousins to administrate this realm, because there was a lot of us, we were incapacitated, minor, and absent-minded. So that's the reason, very important. So when you see, like I mentioned, the royal household, you're talking about the countries like Bermuda, Antigua and Bermuda, Australia, Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Canada, Grenada, Jamaica, New Zealand, Papua New Guinea, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Louisa, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Solomon Islands, Tuvalu, United Kingdom. All right, these are all of the countries with the people that is within the Royal House of Windsor. So remember, these are foreigners, so how could only a few people that are foreigners ruling over the rightful people to that house? Again, due to us being unaware, we're not educated to our royal identity, and it has been stolen by these said culprits and was given to their allies and their family members. So that's why again we're losing our identity, because we don't know who we are. So this is where we're correcting everything. So that's when you see that. Very important. All right. So that's when you see that. But let's continue on right here. So third, number 3, the amount of the sovereign grant for the financial year 2012-2013 is 31 million. So again, they're taking out of our inheritance to give the foreigner 31 million to abuse us. That is it's treason, man, treachery. So as the children of the kings, because again, this is a royal house, so there has to be a king within there. Remember, these are foreigners, so that's why we have to look from our ancient kings of this house. So let's show you our ancestral house. See, like how they have their ancestral house, Saxon Coburg. Let's show you our ancestral house now from there. So I highlight this in a order down here. So look, the royal house of, this is our ancestral house. So the royal house of Windsor, the house of Stuart, the house of Beaufort, the house of York, the house of Lancaster, house of Plantagenet, the house of Wessex, kingdom of Mercia. This is an ancestral lineage. Let's show you how further it goes, because again, this goes beyond England. That's why it's England. It's inheritable in England, because England owes or subjected to the older kingdom. Very important. We have to understand what's going on. So let's just highlight this. Yes, super. 1 sec. So yeah. So within those older houses, there are 7 other crowns. So the crowns was consolidated into one. So that's why you have East Anglia, Essex, Kent, Mercia. And when you say Mercia, always trying to I like this. Was it Mercia, Northumberland, Sussex, and Wessex? But when you say Mercia, your Mercia is the next term. One moment. Where is this word? I'm gonna get it. So when you say Mercia, you're actually saying America, due to the fact that, 1 sec. Where is this? Yeah. So when you say Mercia, just to highlight it so everyone can see, that's why again, the children in America, they're from Mercia, because again, Mercia was the largest kingdom, and all of those children in America that are they're native to the Atlantic Ocean, which is a part of the kingdom, and that kingdom is a part of that empire. That's the Roman Empire. And these are the things that we're not taught, because if we're being led by foreign leaders, we're gonna have a foreign mind, and that is it's a minor. It's not major. You're gonna have a narrow mindset, a very small one. It's not gonna be large. It's gonna be very divided. It's not gonna be so inclusive. So that's why when you see America, it's Mercia, because it says America usually used especially to emphasize qualities regarding a stereotypical American. Over here in Mercia, we do what we want. So, as you can see, so that was the name of America in the 19th century. So, my people, these are things that you never knew. That's why, again, it's super important to know about the history of things, right? As it's clearly shown, that's why majority of the places in America, you could link it to Mercia. Super important. There's 7 crowns, 7 kingdoms. And let's see, so as you can see, those kings, that's why it says kings of England. When we go into the law of things, that's why it says kings of England. So when you see kings, that's why it says kings of England, because you go into the law of things and you're talking about 7 crowns. There has to be kings. So let's show the head of the kings. So like the lords of lords. So the head of those kings, where you would find them in more earlier times. So this is our ancestral lineage. You have Septimius Severus. Again, he was the greatest Roman emperor and the only emperor that came and settled in the United Kingdom in England, Mercia. This is a African black man, melanated. If England wasn't a black country, he wouldn't come and settled. He settled where he felt most comfortable due to the fact that this is where it was. And due to the fact like this has been taken out of history, it's like taking Michael Jackson out of history. It's like taking a Usain Bolt out. Things great, like there is no match for these individuals. So when you take these pillars outside of its history, you're not gonna know. This is the main focal point. This is the point, the turning point of history. It's like a gateway. If you take the door of a house, again, you're never gonna know what's the front from the back. You could walk straight through, and that's what has happened. They have hidden these main points, these absolute point, for us to know that we are again the true native to these lands. When you say England, it's not Europe. A lot of people, again, the miseducation, lack of knowledge of geographical location. It's the closest island to Europe, yes. It is the closest island, but it's an Atlantic Ocean. It's a Commonwealth country. It's a Commonwealth kingdom. And a Commonwealth kingdom is Commonwealth to Africa. It's Commonwealth to the crowns of Africa. That's why it's a Commonwealth. It's a part of an imperial realm, an absolute one. And the only time it ever joined Europe was in 1972. That what created the European Union. But England is not a European country. It's the closest island to Europe, and it's a Atlantic island, part of an Atlantic family. And that family is a realm, including the Americas. And that's why I show you Mercia, which is America. Yeah, these things are not highlighted. So again, Septimius Severus is like I say, remember this is in the 1st century or the 2nd century AD, yeah, between the 1st and the 2nd. So this is before Islam. You understand? This is before even Christianity. So these are the Christ that is spoken about. I say the gods that is spoken about, the sons of Pharaoh that is spoken about. Septimius Severus, like this needs to really be meditated on, because this make the history that has been taught a fragment, like a dust. It shows you that what we have been taught is not true. Because if this is a black man from Libya and he's an emperor, meaning he's the god, He's the God. Emperor is correlated to God. That's why Haile Selassie is emperor and he's elected God. So if he's the God of all of these kings, and he settled in England as a black man from Libya, that means it was a black, because he is the head. There's no one telling him nothing. He's the ruler. So again, we have been tricked. Like this is what breaks all of the lying and the pretending. This is something that has to be highlighted, like, that has to be examined by everyone, because if this is not put in history, again, everyone could be able to talk and say whatever they feel, but it's not what you feel. Some things are true whether you believe them or not. Again, very important. He built the wall of York, Septimius, the wall of Septimius, also the city of London, the Londinium from Septimius. And that city of London, that's why do you think the city of London is the richest, capital? Because of obviously the wealth that comes from this is our inheritance. But again, we're too busy being entertained by things that do not have no value. We're valueless people, majority of us. And again, these things is not helping for us to be respected, to be able to see us in our royal identity. Because of the fact that we're pretending so much, then when one individual behaving in their royal identity, people are concerned. Imagine that is racism. So saying only, again, those that are pale that are royal, this is the type of programming that we're subjected to. We're living in a society that is covered by lies, especially this one. This is what breaks the ice. This is what breaks all of the pretend. It's not possible for this to be my country when the greatest Roman emperor, a black man from Libya, ruled from England. Come on, my people, man. We have to do better. So, yeah, so also he had associate with him other emperors, just like Peninsula Niger. You could refer him to as like the Black Christ, Justice. Niger meaning Black, Justice, Christ, or Jesus, whatever you want to use that is, but that is the actual historical name. A lot of people don't know. Also, you have Marcus Aurelius Antonius. Marcus Aurelius Antonius is a Moor. That's why you could find Illyrian Moors in Cumbria. They had their station in Cumbria, and they assisted Septimius Severus. Also, again, the lies that has been told, these are emperors, so they have their crown. And these are family. Appreciate everyone for sharing, and make sure it gets out there. Tap up the screen for me. Again, help this to get out there, because like it's being oppressed, I could see. But yeah, because people, like I say, they don't want us to have this type of value, this absolute value. They would flood us with entertainment. It's for real purpose. We are in the Royal Black History Month. We're in the month where we're supposed to be most focused about ourselves. But we're making, again, we're creating value that don't even have respect. Those values don't have no respect. Dancing and entertaining people, that is, again, that's a zoo, like monkeys, is used to entertain people. And this is how they view us, because the way that we behave, we don't even handle our affairs. Like knowing yourself, that is the first thing that you're supposed to do. Know yourself, your history and law. But yet you want to be like monkeys and entertain people that don't even like you, and they make you to the point that they make you pretend that they make you pretend that you're something other than what you're not. I mean, yeah, man, the value of us as people has been brought down by our same people that don't know value in themselves. You know, they have been bred as a slave identity. You know, they left their royal identity. So look, so I wrote this word. It might not be spelled like this, but don't even look at the word in itself. So remember, this is the first AD. This ain't no 700. Like I say, the type of history that I'm teaching is beyond the history that you know. When you talk about the Moors conquered Europe in seven, no, they were already there. This is the type of lie that we have constantly been bombarded with by people just following whatever they have been given. Like, do your own search. Like, there is more to know, my people. Come on, man. There's so much more to know. Like, we're just following what people are telling us, especially what we have been given. Like, they're feeding us like some animals, and we're just taking up whatever we've been given. A Nubian queen, big up yourself, big up yourself all the time. So look, that's what I'm saying. So anyone that spread false information, but Moors conquered Europe in 700, they are liars. You understand? Yes, I'm saying misinformation, liars. They dumb down in our greatness. Look at this. So people just want to just talk. Learn about yourself first. Like, you're much more important than that. Your history is very larger than that. Don't listen to people. Appreciate. Yeah, share it out. Let people know that it's here. Because again, our own people, because they don't know about themselves, they hurt us by giving us narrative that has been passed to them by, again, the pale people, their own pale brothers and sisters that they don't even know nothing. They don't even know history, because they don't even know that, again, the countries that they're within, they have to have black heritage, they have to have dark heritage. You could clearly see it. This is a first AD. You have Moors in the first AD, my people. So I'm just going through the lineage. I'm going through the lineage, and I'm showing you that, again, what you've been taught is not the reality. It's like I say, it's a minor point of view. And look, this is how big it was. You know, biggest empire. And Septimius ruled from there. He could have ruled in Africa, but he ruled from England. Why is that? If it wasn't something that he felt comfortable of, he wouldn't go here. That means it was a majority black. It was majority a black country. If he wasn't feel as an emperor, he could have settled anywhere, even where he lived. But he settled in the England. Why is that? Consider that. Because again, it was a black country. That's all as clear as day. It makes sense. You know? So these things, so we continue about the ancestors more. So look, cartilagens, which is Moors. This is cartilagens. You have Imlico. Imlico traveled the North Atlantic Sea, north along the Atlantic coast. So he traveled to the Americas, the Iberian Peninsula, the British Isles. This is in 500 BC, 300 BC. As you can see, this is 400 BC. He traveled, like, between 400 and 300 BC. He traveled to the British Isles. So I don't know how people given this type of small history. These are Proteic people. These are bloodlines of Pharaoh, cartilagens. All right, these are navigators like Hamo. All right, cartilagens. All right, my people. We have been taught low information. Right now you're getting supreme. And look, all the pharaohs that came out of Egypt and flooded the whole earth. Like again, just like Atmos the first, Ashet Thutmose the third, Amun-Hotep the third, and Akhenaten Tutankhamun. These are the famous ones, but there are so much more. Just like I show you. Just like even Maya. So this is where you get the word Maya from. You know, the Mayan civilization. It's a pharaoh, Maya. You know, some people. It's a pharaoh, Maya, right? This is like everything, because everyone was one, because we're the children of the sun. This is a specific DNA sequence or DNA or a molecule within our DNA that connects us anywhere we are. If we're fighting about the landmass, the DNA that connects us is the sun. That's why we're children of the sun. Doesn't matter where you are on this earth. We're based on the rhythm of the sun. This is our highest identity. This is our supreme identity. But we're too low in our mind state. So that's why when you see the Mayan, Mexico, all Mayans, you're talking about a pharaoh from again Tutankhamun, 18th dynasty. All right, the head of the statue of Maya. So you will find these things. These are powerful times. It's all here. Yeah. So when you say merit, meaning our beloved, just like you say Tamaray and you call that Tamaray America, same thing. All right, Maya, Mary, Merit, same thing that everyone is speaking, but these are your bloodline. It's there. You can't, you just have to do a bit more. Like I say, all of these are already settled. So remember, these are all melanated people, black people. So first, these are primordials. First, it's the first. So this is why the DNA, again, the DNA is what adds to the genealogy, because that's why it's all add together. It's the sequence to show you that, okay, this is the intellectual property of the genealogy. It's powerful. It's a sequence. The numbers, they call it numbers. This is where you get numbers. So you have genealogy, you have Genesis, and you have numbers. The DNA are the numbers, number sequences. So again, we're showing you. So this is our ancestors that we're talking about. We're going deep into Egypt. You see the crowns as well, the Pichian crown, the Akuf crown, where Osiris wear the Akuf crown. So many crowns that too much things, too much power. Even like I say, crowns of the crown. Him crown, the shitty crown. Look, that's why the crown is so powerfully intelligent, because the gods wear the crown. All right, the gods wear it. Seti. All right, the first perform ritual before the god Amun. As you can see, the crown is being worn by gods. That's why anything that has been given, anything that is part of the god is also have the power of God. So the crown and everything, it is. That's why the scepter, the crown, it has power. It's not everyone can, wear this type of crown. So that's why that's why you're gonna see the things that make sense. So that's our ancestral lineage. It goes even to the beginning of time, even Amun, even to the stars. So just to highlight how vast our lineage is. And that's why it talks about lineage. And that's why I talk about ancestral. And this is the inheritance that we have after the death of our ancestors. So this is the things that are left for us, but we are not, again, in accordance with that, or we're not awoken to that. All right, we are still sleeping about this. So that's why I'm here to provide you an absolute notion of who we are. Yeah, so that's why when you see this is the law of the crown. The law of the crown of England is going all the way back to Egypt. That's why all of the kings and queens, they have to trace their bloodline to Egypt. You understand? Remember to share up the live so everyone can view what's going on. I know it's been being oppressed, so but again, this is what it is. That's why, and look. So now, let me give an example. So there is the children of the kings of England. So where are all the children of the kings of England now? Remember, we're talking about kings, 7 crowns, so much Septimius, so much. So where are all of them now? It would be, they would be in the royal house, and they will be within these countries because they are the one that came out, and in the Americas, these are the ones that came out, and this house is a memory for all of us to remember who we are. So that's why it says the children of the kings of England. Remember, Charles is a foreigner, so he's not a children of the king, but yet he's pretending like he's king. And he didn't. I know he didn't say he's king of England. He's the king of the United Kingdom and of Great Britain. That is a corporation. England is a kingdom in itself. So if Charles is not a child of the King of England and even King George, so these all of us has to be the children of the kings of England, because these ain't the one and no one else, and this is something that is embedded in a royal house. My people, we have to have critical thinking, and because it's clearly there, but again, the knowledge of self is a bit distance away from each other. Right. So that's where again I highlighted. All right. So look, let me show you let me show you now how they cunningly got into the position that they got. So remember, their ancestral house is Saxe-Coburg. Saxe-Coburg refers primarily to a historical German duchy. So remember now, so they're German. So let me show you how they got into that position. All right, it's very important. You can find also, 1 second. So yeah, before that, before I get into that, just one moment. So due to the fact that the crown was consolidated to one, and this crown, it has the financial value. The crown has the financial value. The crown has the financial value, so because it is the inheritance, and that inheritance is going all the way back to Egypt, which is an endless value, right? Endless, as you can see that Septimius ruling the Roman Empire, and it's a massive, so that endless value. So this is when you could find more evidence in another statute, in another law, another act, legislation.gov.uk. It provides, and this is super important. So everything is based off of this law. When he talks about the comments, it's talking about us. So, but we are not aware of what it means today, because there has been so much foreign changes. So when it shows you, so when you see, it says whereas the commons. So this is us as children. So remember, foreigners are representing us based on King Charles administration, all right, a foreign administration. So those foreigners are speaking on behalf of us when they shouldn't, because we're supposed to be competent. But as you can see, we're not in that mind space, because all of our intellectuals are following a foreign standard when we need a imperial standard, a crown standard. So he says, whereas the commons of the United Kingdom in Parliament assembled have resolved to authorize the use of resource and the issue of some out of the consolidated fund towards making good the supply which they have granted. So you see, which they have granted to His Majesty. So they're saying us, we granted to him. right? Because again, the foreigners cannot grant anything because they're restricted in this session of Parliament. So look what they're saying that we granted from out of our inheritance. As my people, we have to know what's going on. So look, Section 3, appropriation of resource authorized for the use of year 2025, 2026, the aggregate of the following, which is appropriate for the year ending in the 31st of March 2026. It shows you 1,102,340,387,000. That's how much funds they can take from us to provide to their foreign bodies. And again, this is not even, like I say, people seeing this, but they have no clue what they're looking at. So it's like zero concern. So, when they say the economy is down, it's because they are controlling our inheritance. When we get in control of it, we could change everything. So again, finance is there. So I'm going to show you again how they control this, right? So you could find this in the Regency Act 1910. So this is based off of the Children Act 1908, amended Act 1910, and it was passed down from Edward VII to King George V. You can see right here, it was passed down, right? Because like I say, these are foreign, they inherit. Let me show you. So again, you see, it's the children, and you look over here, the children. So they have to look after the king's children. That is a law, all right? That's why again they end up with this. I'm gonna show you. So it states here. Let me just read this. The preamble. So it says, an act to provide for the administration of the government in case the crown should descend to any issue of His Majesty while such issue shall be under the age of 18 years, and for the care and guardianship of such issue. So you see, so when we are registered in a registry, meaning a regis, so meaning the king register. And remember, every king has his own registrar. This is why the surname is so important. That's why the surname is based off of the kingdoms, the crown, the king, because there's a specific register for like King Edward the Third. So any time a king comes in, again, he has his own accounts, meaning the registrar, and he could, like I say, based on his behavior, he could change, like he could alter, he could fraud the registrar. And you see, because he has care and guardian. So that's why we got taken out of royalty due to the registration. Think what I'm saying? It's so important. Through to the king's registrar, because we're under foreign kings, they changed it. So they created an extra copy, right? And they give us again a false identity. So the names, and so for instance, so the identity that we're using as a national identity is it's a fraud one, because we have royal identity on the same name. So that's why they created a copy of that name, because again, there are the servants of those names. So we are then put into the servitude of those names when we are the custodians of those names, because we are the children of those names. It's an intellectual battle, and that's why again we're in that space, because a lot of people pretend that they know these things, but they don't. So look, so this is what it tells us, right? If on the demise of His present Majesty, who God long preserve, any child of His Majesty succeeds to the crown whilst under the age of 18 years, Her Majesty Queen Mary shall be the guardian and have the care and tuition of such child until the child attain the age of 18 years, and until that time, have the disposition, ordering, and management of all matters. Of all matters and things relating thereto. So, see, they have the disposition, the ordering, and management of all of our affairs. So that's why, again, they could change the registrar and take us from our inheritance and put us in their registrar, but then create a copy of that and put us in servitude. So this is what we're under right now. So let's continue. Look, it says, Her Majesty Queen Mary shall, until such child attain the age of 18 years and no longer, have full power and authority in the name of such child and in the stead of such child and under the style and title of regent. Look, when you say that regent and you look at regent, look what regent means. So regent refers to a person appointed to rule in place of a monarch who is, a monarch who is unable to do so, typically due to being a minor, incapacitated, and absent. Like, we're all of that right now. Like I say, even our leaders, they don't have they're incapacitated because they don't have the ability to lead in their royalty. They're absent-minded from that jurisdiction. So, that's why, again, they're just doing what they're being taught to do. They don't know about the vastness of the king's children, so they're gonna only look after their self. That is the type of mindset that has been created for them. This is a program, right? So that's why we're in the situation that we're in, because we're either minor, incapacitated, or absent-minded. This is a disability. This is mental capacity, mental health that we're facing, mental disorder, and this is what it's for. So that's why the regent. So this is for the Regency Act, and this is why we're under their guardian. But you see, it wasn't no war. It wasn't that they conquered. All of these things are lies that has been told. This, you could see it in the law. And look what it says: to exercise and administer. You see, all they're doing is exercise and administer according to the laws and constitution thereof. This is what they're supposed to do. But the fact that we don't have no overseers, like I'm the only overseer, the true overseer, just like how it is, like King Edward, I'm overseeing and I'm seeing that there are things that are wrong. But again, majority of our leaders, they don't know about this. So it's like I'm against the wave, That's why I just need my people to be a witness. I'll take it. I'll get everything back. But I just need the witness, because if you don't know, just bear witness. That's all it is. All right. Remember to tap up the screen, my people. Yeah. So look now. According to the laws and constitution. So what they're talking about is this. This is the law and constitution, because it deals with the law of the crown of England. So the highest you can get. All right. The children is the constitution with the Lord, the king, the prelates, the barons, the earls, the great men, and the commons. This is the constitution and the law. So this is what they have to obey by. But if there's no one overseeing them, again, they could violate, just like, the past they have been. But due to the fact that these things still exist, it could be always corrected, always, corrected. So that's why I'm here to do that correction, because again, majority of us is sleeping. So look, and it tells you the royal power and government of this realm, and all the dominions, countries, and territory belonging to the crown thereof, and use and exercise and perform all prerogatives, authorities, and acts of government and administration of government that belongs to the sovereign of this realm, to use, execute, and perform according to the law thereof, but in such manner and subject to such condition, restrictions, limitations, and regulations as are contained in this act. So they're restricted. So it's not, they don't, because they're not absolute. You understand? He's a foreigner. He can't be absolute. He's not native. That's why, again, you could find all of these laws to keep them at bay, that they don't violate. But because it's up to us as well, based on our understanding, we could regulate, or we could get violate. That is the one or the other. But it's all have to be based on our awareness, and I'm just spreading it right now. But again, it requires the numbers of people, because this is law. We're dealing with weight and measure. Right now they have the weight, they don't have the measurement. Their measurement is too small, right? They don't have the measurement, they don't have the intelligence. Like, again, we have the intelligence, because again, I'm here. So we just require the weight. You understand? So the intelligence is on our side. Right? The weight is the volume of people that is concentrating on serving them, instead of serving yourself and regulating for your family. Because again, that is all that you see, the balance in the scale. We have the laws, we have the intelligence, far superior to them. It's only the weight that we require. So we need people to be more aware that we have the intelligence. So now, those that have been oppressed or feel oppressed, we just need to gather over here where we have the intelligence that supersedes them. Because again, they're restricted, they're limited, and they're foreigners, they're not native, like I've been showing you, right? So look, this then goes into something else, right? Let me show you how it works. This is the proceedings. This is preceded. So this is the Aliens Act 1698 from William. All right, 1698. Let me show you alien, right? Where we can find this alien now. Alien. Let me find it for everyone. One moment. Alien. We have to understand this. They're aliens, and I've got so much tabs up. Give me 1 second. There's this alien. Let me just type it in. Look, I should have it. So look. Look, aliens, foreigner, right? Just remember this word, aliens, foreigner. These are foreigners. So look, all right, the look, Aliens Act 1698. Like the Lord tells you to your face, it doesn't hide. All right. So look what it says now. So this is how they inherit our own property. An act to enable, see, not disable, enable His Majesty's natural born subjects to inherit the estate of their ancestors, either linearly or collaterally, notwithstanding their father or mother were aliens. So, due to the fact that their mothers Queen William were aliens, but they still inherit their estate, meaning the things that they do, right? That's like then Charles pick up the things, so they inherit this, the regency, meaning those that are appointed to be servant, when a monarch or a sovereign is not available or is incapacitated or is absent. So this is the reason why they're in the position. It wasn't through no wars. It wasn't through none of that. These are allied. They were fighting with each other to inherit this, but it's just serving, to serve the children. That's all they were fighting over. They weren't fighting as how they have told, like it make it a big story. When someone pretends and they make it things bigger than how it is. It's all pretending. They were just fighting each other because they wanted, again, that's value. So that's again the Aliens Act. So look now, let me show you something. So remember, we covered that. We covered the fact that, remember, they're aliens because they're from Saxe-Coburg. These are foreign, German, foreign. Saxe-Coburg, we're native, remember? We're native to this house and all of the bloodline that comes from here. So look now, this is our ancestral lineage. This is their ancestral lineage. So the fact that King Charles cannot challenge what I say because it's obvious. But like I say, many people, like they're so racist, I'm telling you, that they would rather some foreigner because, like I say, they have been lied to. You understand? It's just the reality. That's why we can't be so gentle. We have to be, when it comes to handling your affairs, you can't be so gentle. You can't pretend because they're pretending. Look, they're from Germany, but they're pretending that they're ruling. Like I'm showing you laws after laws. And like I say, this is not registering majority of people's brain. Like you could see that they're aliens. They're not from this. You understand? And like I say, look, that's our ancestors. So those in America, like, we have been programmed to pretend, look, this is our ancestral lineage. So when you say Mercia, the kingdom of Mercia, you're saying America. You see, this is the oldest. And then you see, so when the Americans are talking, it's just they don't know the history, like the laws. They're saying like it's part true, but it's not clear. But they're right. Like it's when it just clicked. They're right what they're talking about, but they don't know how it is. That's a difference. You could say what it is, but if you don't know how it is, it's just you saying something. So look, remember, this is our ancestral lineage. So right? So look, Royal House of Windsor, House of Stuart, House of Bedford, the House of York, the House of Lancaster, House of Plantation, the House of Wessex, the House Kingdom of Mercia. So like I just to highlight this again, you go to the old, this is the old kingdom, right? So you see Mercia there in the middle, right? Middle. And this is a one crown. So East Anglia, Essex, Kent, Mercia, Northumberland, Sussex, and Wessex. This is from Roman times, 500 AD, right, to 800 AD. You have 7 kingdoms, 7 crowns. So look what I'm saying. I'm gonna make a break in a minute. Look what I say. Mercia. Look up the word Mercia. Look, where is this word? I need to organize this a bit better now. Mercia. Look again. Mercia. Alright? Mercia. Yes? Mercia. Look what it says. America. Used especially to emphasize qualities regarding as stereotypically American. look, go to the etymology, the origin. America, English, early 19th century, Mercia. Look, early 19th century, representing a original or non-standing pronunciation of America. You want to see the word America? America refers to the continent of the North and South America. Alright, named after the Italian. No, I mean, that's not right. But whereas non-name Latinized and appearance on the 1507 map in the United States. You see, so this, because remember this, if it's a Spanish guy, yeah, because he wanted to remove the bloodline, he changed it to America. So it was a change because before that, you see, 19th century, right? This is see, Mercia. So just to clearly show you what's good, my people in America. Yeah, like I'm saying, you have the royal bloodline is in you. Like I say, they have done. You are the ones that was removed, my people. You get it? So yeah, but because I teach absolute, it's absolute. Look. Remember now. Let me zoom out. So just showing you your royalty within the kingdom, and you have been tricked. You have been tricked. This is Septimius Severus the Greatest, Roman Emperor. This is our bloodline going back into Kemet, going back because again we have similar DNA genealogy. Because again, if you look up, like I showed you, Mayan, I could go through the whole thing. Right? It's just true. Like I say, we have been programmed, and I understand that there a lot of uneducated people are coming into a country where you're trying to establish yourself, and that is creating more interference. Understandable, because they're not coming to you, they're not coming to America to like develop the native people. They're coming to like remove them. I understand it's real, that's a reality. Because they're not coming with like a supreme knowledge to say, okay, this is where you're from, like, or this is the reason why you're native because this is your ancestral lineage. They're coming on a wide mind frame, right? A foreign mind frame. I understand that. That is a reality. Even happened in the Caribbean, like you see, because they're coming with a foreign mind frame and they're removing all of the actual values of that land. I will feel the same way. So, like they are right. Like they are really right if you look at it, because they're not coming with no ancestral value. They're coming with a foreign value that is causing harm to those that are native to the Americas. They are native to the Americas because if they are native to Mercia, they are native to the kingdom. They have royal blood in them. Yeah, this is powerful. Okay, so before let me highlight. Okay, all right. I'll pause there before I get into the crown. All right, I'll pause there, and then we get into it. Yeah, that was good. That was a good interval. All right, go on.
Powerful. Now we're going to invite some people to come up and have a dialogue, and really we want you to come up and bring some intellectual conversation or ask a question. If you don't have anything to say, we're going to give it to a short period of time, 3 minutes for each person, because obviously King Lancelot's taking a break and he has to go back to doing his presentation. So we're now going to invite you, so you come up and then you can ask your question.
And if you come on a just a lack of knowledge, if there's a level of it, I'm eliminating you. If I'll press the button, and it's just we have a zero tolerance when it comes to uneducated, unintelligent people that are not willing to be intelligent about things. Just want to argue. Yeah. So just to put out a disclaimer. Go ahead.
Greetings, Kevin.
That's a good night. to King Lancelot, Empress More. One love to the host. Greetings to everyone here seeking intelligence, knowledge, and mercy for the for the creation of the children of this earth, especially the LBK ones,
Yes.
King Lancelot, I don't have much to say as I am always here to show appreciation to the mercy that God has given you to be in the place where you are at this point in time, and I ask for His grace to be always be with you and Empress More. Going forward from here, I just want the people in the chat to be more open-minded and be more graceful to the knowledge that is being sent from the Almighty to onto us, and just keep looking for knowledge, seeking the knowledge, and find some more people to be involved with the collectiveness that we're dealing with. And I pray that everything goes well as we go on in the house tonight.
I appreciate gratitude.
King, if you ask a
Yeah,
question.
I really don't have much to say because I'm just learning about this. I just seen a post recently where he was about to go speak in front of an assembly of people and about to state his case. I only seen a little bit of it, but I it's hard to explain it, but it rung as true for the information that I do have as us being royal. So I'm just trying to listen so I could learn, like how he said, people may know something, but they don't know the why or they don't know the how. So I'm just trying to learn how.
Yeah.
How am I related to royalty? So I live in America to marry Turtle Island as I understand it, but I'm trying to find out. People say remember, like you got to remember who you are. Like I'm still trying to figure this thing out. I don't even know where to look to a degree. So I just listen to people who seem to have more knowledge, and they got the proof, and they can show proof and stuff like that. Because all my proof comes from certain laws that we might have here, where they might say that they might call the blacks, and they switched it from calling them the indigenous people or the indigenous tribes, and they start switching it to black and to Negro to remove people from their bloodlines. Well, that's in America. That's in some of the laws that they have in place. And if you look at some of their records, that's what it would say. You will see where they cross words out, where it would have said indigenous people, and they replaced those words with black, or they replaced the words with Negro. And this information is not like for what they teach in the schools. This is the stuff that we weren't supposed to see. So that's my path. So I'm just trying to listen and learn, pretty much.
Definitely. Yeah, you're 100%. 100%. I was going to show the next slide. I was going to show it's even in the Constitution. The law that I was going to show after this, it's directed to show that there's a supreme. You have a bloodline, and the bloodline is coming from a supreme bloodline. And you could find it in the Constitution. It is a cluster within the American Constitution called the Supreme Cluster, and it tells you the law of the land is the supreme law of the land is it, and it's based on the act of supremacy from England, and it's powerful because you have an imperial crown, meaning an absolute crown. It's a pharaoh crown, so we are the children. And these things, it's all written in the laws, and it's so, and that's why it's absolute. Right now, we have the intelligence; it's an absolute thing. It's just the weight that we have the measure. It's just the weight. These things that I'm putting out, it can't be matched. But it's just the weight now. It's the people that wants to know themselves. You could find it here. Literally, if it's down to your genealogy, you could go to the website, It's just a little. Go to the website. Go to more, and then you go to surname search, and with that surname search, you're gonna get your migration, how you migrated, and knowing the full genealogy of what you need, like where you need to know about, and these are the things that cannot be removed, and also, and because there are names that are specific, the names, there's not, like, names cannot be made up, like so much names cannot be made up. There are certain names that are royally cannot be changed, but the altering, the removing one letter, that is based on language, but it still would refer based on the genealogy to that name, and it's so important. So you could find out everything that you want about that. Just again the details, and it all match up. It all match up to what we're doing. So it's super important. So I appreciate for coming up and the sharing that. You're gonna see some more. So that's why look again. Let me just show you this again, right? So the old kingdom of England. So we're going back into the Roman time. Like, this is before what they gave us, that small education about the Moors in 700. This is before that. We're talking about, again, kingdoms before those things, right? Let me show you. So look, in the old kingdom, you have Mercia, because again, you're a brother that from in America. Mercia, Temeri, same. It all equivalent to the same thing. Mercia, Merit, Maya. It all because they're related. So look, Mercia. If you look it up, it's literally, you could find it. Where is this? Mercia. Look, it's in a dictionary. It's in the Oxford language. You could find it. Right? Mercia, or Mercia. Look, it tells you it's America. That's what the word. This is the word before America was renamed, before Merc. So to take away your identity, your royal identity, because this is a kingdom. This is a kingdom from an empire. So to take away your royal identity, they're gonna have to change the name. That's why you see, like I say, based on the language change. So from the old English to the new English, they're gonna add something on, and this is the change. But if you follow the genealogy, if you follow the timeline, it will come clear. You would have clarity. Things will be revealed. You see, this is not my word. It's written in the dictionary. So it's just that people they don't research to know. Like, they just probably listen to what, because we have been programmed. That's a foreign mindset, to just listen and then say from what that person. We didn't do that as culture. We were intelligent. Everyone learned. That's why we had universities and colleges. Abundance. Everyone learned the craft. Like, literally, everyone was able to stand on their own square. Like, there weren't no like blind followers. Like, the God, he was just supreme, and his intelligence was just supreme. But it was not that the others didn't know. He just had more detailed. He was more detailed in his performance, but everyone knew at an individual, because again, it's within us, it's in our blood. Everyone individually was able to stand. That's why within our culture, as children of the sun, each and everyone was prince and princesses. Like, they couldn't, like, the way how we were. It's not like how the foreign mind has us thinking. We're thinking as a ration. We're thinking it's like, it's limited. We were unlimited, so there wasn't like 10 people to a royal household. It was millions of royalties, like children scattered. Doesn't matter. That's why if you really look about, that's why the Bible is a good reference that's after you know your history. It shows you the numbers of royalty that came out, hundreds and thousands. Now it's just 1 and 2 people. Does that make sense? That's a foreign mindset. That's not our customs or tradition, our way of life. We never like this, but now, again, we're following something that we don't even know. And this is the reason why we're in this situation. But as you can see, my brother, and that's why so that's why this is not a European country. Just to clarify, it's an island within the Atlantic Ocean. So it's a part of the Atlantic family, a part of the empire. And America is a part. So these are one bloodline. It's called a Commonwealth realm. Just look, this is treason. Like I say, man, I want to, whoever took this out of history, I really want to slap them. I want to, look, Septimius Severus, look at the timeline. This is the 1st AD to the 2nd AD. He was emperor. So he was the god of the islands. Emperor meaning God. He ruled. He ruled. He's the only emperor, black man, black, Libya, all right? He ruled from Britain. He ruled from, this is all he ruled. But he ruled from here. So if this wasn't a black country, he wouldn't have ruled from here. He wouldn't have settled. He wouldn't have feel that way to rule, to be able to leave wherever he's from. But this extends further. This goes into the Americas. But because of the minds of how the European restructure things, they make it small. They make it so small. That's why if you look at the map, the way that they think small. They don't think big, because obviously that's what we do. And if we're following small-minded people, like we're pretending. Because if we're large and we're thinking small, that's a pretense. So this is what I'm doing to change that aspect. We're large, man. We're stars. We're nothing like worms. We're stars, my people. But it's just the mindset. But there you go, my brother. Hopefully that adds to the situation.
Thank you, King. Thank you for contributing. We're going to drop people down now so King Lancelot can continue. Do you want to say anything, Lancelot, before you continue?
Yeah, no, it's all good. I'm ready again. I'm ready again. Just finding where I left off. So I could, yeah, there we go. Yes, my people, we're here. So yeah, let's tap up the screen. I know today is again it's being restricted, so I understand numbers, but those that are here, I think someone else wanna come up. Okay, there you go. Just before I start.
Greetings, she.
Greetings.
How are you? Would you
I'm
like
great.
to contribute and ask a question?
I have a question just for clarification. My question was about the website.
Okay, yeah.
So the one that you Owakin, the one that you put in the comments, is that the website for the genealogical services that you offer, or?
Yeah.
Because I couldn't find that particular link.
Look.
Okay, King Lancelot, can you just hover over it? Yeah, thank you. There you go. Just watch what he's doing.
So on the tab, you go to more, and then from more, you go to surname research.
Okay.
And then you click on there, and it open up right there. Right?
Okay, that's easy. Thank you.
All right, perfect. Okay.
I appreciate the work you're doing. I'm going to continue to further my research. It's a lot, but I'm glad that you guys are, doing the work and putting it out there for everyone to see.
Yes, it's an absolute thing, and that's why I want my people to be absolute. Don't follow these foreign-minded people making us too small. We're not small. We're major. Yeah, we have to eliminate that, and that's the only way to eliminate it is through your genealogy, because this is something that's absolute. As you can see, It doesn't matter if it's 400 years, 100,000 years. It doesn't go nowhere because why? They have to use it. It cannot go nowhere because if it goes, if they destroy it, then no one cannot exist. No one cannot have value. You understand? This is why our
Because
ancestors.
everything is built off of our names
Yes.
and everything that we left behind for ourselves. I have a question. Well, more
Yeah.
so a statement. I wanted to share just some of my findings, if I can, just really quickly.
Yeah.
Say that I was able to find evidence that my family's name was indeed stolen
Yeah.
by immigrants.
Yes.
Anybody with the naked eye who research art history would know that a portrait from the 1600s would look vastly different from something in the late 1800s to early 1900s.
Yeah.
Even from the material used to the attire
Yes.
is vastly different. And that was a very low hanging fruit dead giveaway, if you ask me. Excuse me. I don't know if I could say that word. But yeah, it was something that was very obvious to me. Like, okay, yeah, the research is really, I can see it in my own genealogy, how this has been done. So that really brought me to, wanting to further my research. I had found that I have castles in my family name and
Yes.
also a luminary
Yes.
that is still being preserved.
Yes.
One of my ancestors was commissioned to produce a luminary, and it's actually being held at the British Museum.
That's right.
And that was something that was very fascinating to me.
That's right. Look, Empress, look at this, right? And let me show you something. I don't know if you saw what I was showing to the other guy, King, but to the other royal king, and let me show you. So look again. So for every American that do come, I have to do this. You have to highlight. I have to make sure that you know, right? You know why. Look. So for instance, Mercia. So this is old kingdom before England existed. Mercia, right? This is one of, I think this is the largest kingdom within the island on the United Kingdom, right? We so the England is in the Atlantic Ocean, a part of the Atlantic family. America is included, the Caribbean, Africa is included. These are Atlantic family, meaning they're part of one dynasty and they hold an imperial crown. So look, Mercia, this is the old name. So look at it again. Let me just highlight this. Let me find it. Where did I put it? Yeah, so look, Mercia, right? You see Mercia?
Yeah, like America.
That's why you're royalty, because you are actually from the kingdom. You're totally right. I'm just providing how did it happen? Because again, those that Spanish people that came, they wanted to take your identity, and they changed it and they added this because they want to take you out of the kingdom. It was a reality. It happened, but because the genealogy and the DNA is still there because it's history and it's preserved. So and look at this. Look what it says.
Map that you're showing, does that correspond to what like the, I guess, modern day England? Is that what you're saying? Like that continent or that
Yeah,
landmass?
yeah. This is
Okay.
modern day England, but this is in the 500 AD to 800 AD.
Yes. Very long time.
Whoever produced this, they minimized it. So because it spreads across to because it's a one isle, it's one kingdom, so it spreads across to the Atlantic Ocean. But it's just that again, those that are rewriting the history are minimizing it. They're minimizing it, and that is not historically correct. And for the fact, I don't know how everyone just is ignoring this, and I keep have to say it over again because it's the biggest crime of history that has ever been done on the face of this earth. Look, an emperor, so Septimius Severus, a black man, Libyan, all right? He was the greatest Roman emperor. Imagine this. Someone takes out Michael Jackson out of history or Usain Bolt out of history, like they never existed.
That would be devastation to music and culture.
You understand what I'm saying? It does create it creates a total new, and it messes, you see, it messes up our psychology because we're thinking again, we didn't rule in that time, like this is once you remove any, this is like a pillar of existence, and once you remove this type of pillar, your mind goes like it goes, because the pillar is what keeps your mind in accordance to what's really true. So Septimius Severus, he's the only, imagine this, it's just like the only individual that has ever ruled, like ever broken a record, but yet this individual is not talked about how he looked. That is something that is more than, like, it's more than treason. There's something after it's,
It plays on the psyche, and it gives way to all the other narratives
yeah,
that we're taught about ourselves,
yeah.
so that we're easily manipulated to thinking that we're nothing or we came from nothing.
That's right. Well said. I appreciate that. I appreciate the understanding. Yeah, and this is I truly know that this point, this is, or whenever they took it out, it is what broke us apart. Because look, I show you, he's so powerful. So like, this is the Roman Empire. Empire. Remember, imagine the growth. They speak about the Roman Empire like, in the white version, like so much, but this all a lie. Because if he's the greatest Roman emperor, imagine the greatest Roman emperor, and you're
You
not
know
even
what I
talking
learned
about.
from ChatGPT about the Roman Empire? I learned that they're connected to the Shalaki,
Mhm.
which we know as Cherokee
Yeah,
Nation.
yeah. That's what I was exact. All right, look, let's look at this. So his bloodline, just so I showed you. Look at this, right? Exactly what you're saying, and I'll show you that, show you the proof of this. 1 second. So the same emperor, right? Emperor. So he has enough money. Imagine that he rules an empire, and the great, they will say the greatest empire. Look, he ruled all of this, so he's not lacking in resource and manpower. But he ruled from this island, and like I say, a lot of history has been taken out. But he has the bloodline. He had a bloodline, like a phoretic bloodline. So look, a lot of people don't know. So it's, you see the Mayan culture, the Mayan culture lower down. You could find them within again the River Nile genealogy, or the River Nile DNA. The reason being is that we're children of the sun. We have a specific DNA code. Doesn't matter where you end up, your that DNA code connects you to as it connects it links to every children of the sun. It doesn't matter where you end up. So that's why again history has been taken out, and this is why I could sympathize with the Americans so much now, even more. It's not like, for instance, if those that are coming from Africa, it's not like they're coming to provide like ancestral knowledge to make those that are in America take back what is theirs. I understand. You know what I'm saying? It's not like anyone is coming and giving you the resource to take back. They're coming to create more, like they're coming with a foreign mindset, and that is then causing a confliction and causing others then to inflict whatever they need to. So I do get that. I do get.
Instead of collaborate.
Yeah, but to even provide the to come with that ancient, because if that is that's that my frustration is with that, because it's true. You can't, you're not supposed to do that, and that's why the Americans, they are the first, that's where they're from. It's like they're the first one that was there. They're not, no one not wasn't there before them. You understand? It's just because you can see it. It's within, it's within the genealogy. It's within the names.
Absolutely.
I totally, I literally, I totally agree. You,
I found it to be very fascinating that, you know, the American Indian tribes being connected to the royal houses and how we were actually a part of the 13 original colonies.
yeah.
It wasn't what history would like us to think it was.
Mm-hmm. Right, yeah, right. I appreciate you for coming and sharing that, sharing your thoughts, and but it is a reality what you're saying. And you could see it, like I say, just don't make these things come out of your mind, because this is history for real. This is our story, and
Oh no, this
it's
is what
real.
this is part of my purpose
Yeah. So
to resurrect my family, you know, name and to reclaim what is rightfully ours. That's so I can't. I got a lot of stuff going on, but I'll never stop researching. But I like I said, I appreciate you because you know you're inspiring people. That's you putting your stuff out there, you making it known, declaring
yeah,
all that you know is very important to anybody that sees it. It's really shaping. It's shaking shit up,
it
to
is.
simply put it.
It is.
So yeah, I appreciate you. And I'm gonna be following. I'm gonna be watching you, and I'm gonna reach out about the services because I do need some help.
Yeah.
I do
Yeah.
need.
And literally, I show. I'm telling. I show it something absolute. I give you the full. I don't. I don't leave no gaps of. There's a lot, because everyone gonna have questions, but I make sure that the connect, everything connects.
Mm-hmm.
I make sure the why, the how, the who, the what. I make sure of that. So that part of our psychology is fulfilled. Everything else is then up to us as an individual to either stand on our ancestor and then do what we will. Right? Is then it will be left to us. But I make sure of this absolutely. Yeah. So
I look forward to that. I'm gonna drop now.
yeah,
I gotta handle some business, but thank you so much for having me.
gratitude, gratitude.
Gratitude.
All right. I appreciate everyone for sharing live, and you know how it goes. We're continually developing ourselves, to make sure that the absolute power go out to the people, and I thank everyone for understanding, especially the primordial family, to understanding the type of position that we are in and the importance of the position that we're in, and still continuously, spreading that love and that support, because it's not just for yourself also. So I see it, so keep it up, and develop yourself more and more, and yeah, just make sure that you know the type of approach that we're approaching. It's a royal professional. It's the highest of standard that we have to deliver, and it is. So that's what I'm saying. We already have the power, because I provide it. It's an absolute one. Now we just need the weight, the the, the witnesses, the people to come, those that are looking for themselves in the right image and right likeness. It's here. Like I say, I don't discriminate. I don't leave out no one. I tie up everyone, make sure that they know that what they're doing, or their minds set, the poor mindset is wrong. You understand? I make sure of this. So no one is excluded. Everyone is included. Just because when it deals with DNA, when it deals with genealogy, doesn't matter if it's a copy or original, all of it connects. So it's just that everyone knows their place and know what they have done based on the lack of knowledge is wrong, and repent. That's all it is. And just do better. So this is for the children, my people. So we're gonna continue. Let me just put my slide in order. I'm gonna continue. Again, this is The Crown is a Birthright Volume 2. This is, again, is out pre-order. You know, it hasn't been published yet, but when it's done, those that already pre-ordered will get sent out. But while it's here, pre-order, you can see the content is something excellent, something absolute. So again, it's not a waste of your time, your money. It is 100% required and needed for your household and your family. It speeds you up to date, and everything that's within it is absolute. Again, because I have to say that word because we're on an absolute thing. You know, now have a word that described what's going on now. Better than that, we're dealing with absolute. Yeah, my people, I appreciate. Tap up the screen. There's 35 people in the room. Keep tapping. Repost. And if you repost, that helps the algorithm because I see it's a lot of its algorithm is being oppressed. I could see it. And let's bring up before I'm just still bringing up, yeah. So I bring up Silent Traveler. All right. Just
Silent Traveler, would you like to contribute and ask a question to the live? Greetings.
can you hear us? Going once, going twice, going three. All right. Come back up when you're ready to talk again, yeah? All right, that's cool. Yeah, so, yeah, it's like that. That's a good example, So, okay. Yeah, so we're gonna continue from where we left off. So, after the alien, we understand that, again, Charles are aliens, again, because they're from their ancestral house. You can see it clearly there. Let me even go in closer so no one can't blame that they don't see it. Ancestral house, Sox, Kohlberg, and Goffer. See it there? And you could see it there, German, right? So that leads them to be aliens, right? Aliens, meaning foreigner, right? Yeah. So now, when it comes to our law, right, which is forever, because it tells you. So like I say, for all of those. So again, I know for the Americans, these things are, like I say, new to your intelligence. But this is the reality. This is the truth. So when you say, now you should know what America means. It's mercy. It's the kingdom of mercy. It's part of the kingdom of mercy. Your royalty for real. So it extends to the covenant which is here. So now when you see this law that's within a statute, and it says a statute for those who are born in parts beyond sea, 1350. So as you are born in America, you're born in the parts that is beyond sea. So you're born outside of the mercy, all right? But it's beyond the seas. So you're still within. So this is a law for your protection, All right, it's a law that's within a statute. And it says a statute for those who are born in parts beyond sea of the 25th year of King Edward III. King Edward is a black man. Yeah, just use that term, right? Just to highlight generally what we understand based on our education, right? Whole family, he knows his genealogy. So he has a full connection of who he is going all the way back to Egypt, the America, all everywhere. So this is what he's done. This is the first statue. So it's something as an important statue. So this is the first law within the statue. First statue, first law. And this is what it states. All right. The king's children declare inheritable in England wheresoever born. The law of the crown of England is and always have been such that the children of the kings of England, in wheresoever parts they be born, in England or elsewhere, be able and ought to bear the inheritance after the death of their ancestors, which law our Lord the King, the prelates, the earls, the baron, and other great men, and all the commons assembled in this parliament do approve and affirm forever. So he brought the word of God because this is a forever. They can't break it. Doesn't matter how much they're trying to change the name, turn Mercia into America. They can't break it. It's forever. It's written. You know, this is the whole Bible in 7 lines. Powerful. All right, it's absolute. So this is your protection forever, and this is what in this time it's being provided by the Lord, the King Lancelot the First, real King of England, right to the throne over Charles the Third, because my ancestral lineage is from Wessex and Mercia. Again, an imperial crown, very distinction. They're foreigners from Saxe, Coburg, and Gotha. You can see they can't compete. They can't challenge. I know that they have been put in a position due to certain laws, and we have been educated to think that, but we have to, that shows us we're not using our logic. So look, if he's from Saxe Coburg, that's his ancestral house, you see? Right? So he's not from England. Remember, he's not from England, because if you see, look, Saxe Coburg, 18, look, exists, that's it, Saxe Coburg and Gotha, which exists from 1826, from 1826. So we're talking about our ancestral lineage now. It's going back to the 500 AD. So we're like, there's no match. There's no comparing him to us. You know what I'm saying? But look at this. So if he's not the King of England, then the King of England, and he's not the children, he's not a child, for him to inherit this, already shows you he done it through administration, right? Through his alien ancestors, right? Giving him the power, as you can see from the Alien Act 1689, right? But look again, where are the children of the kings of England? Because if I go into it, you know, before England existed, again, it was and this is again, like I was speaking with the lady that previously came on. This is why Septimius was removed, because remember, if he is, remember so the kings of England would be related to Septimius, right? So all of his associations, right, would be related. So remember, he's the emperor, so he's the lord over the other lords, right? He's the kings over those kings because he's emperor. So all of his family members, they would be king. Remember, he's black. So the fact that if he's black and he's emperor and he ruled from England or if ruled from Mercia, then every one of the kings that's within that island would be black because he is the head. So that's his bloodline. He's the emperor. Like imagine that your father and your father has children, and your father, uncle, and they're also a part of the household. They're all gonna be the same complexion. So this is what I say. When they take out certain pillars out of history, it then changed. So when you look now and realize the King of England, that's why King Edward is black. Because again, he's coming from this household. He's coming from this ancestral lineage. That's why again, look, his associates, look, is like members, family members, his associate. Look, Niger is a black man. This is another emperor. Look, Marcus Aurelius, Antonius, another black man. Look, that's why you could find the Illyrian Moors. So if you're finding associated kings and emperors alongside with them in the same land, then every one of the others, that's why when you say the children of the kings now of England, if you're going from the correct history, you realize they're all black. So if you go, that's what I'm saying. This is why this has to be corrected, because look, this is in the first AD. So this is making sure that after whenever the time change, it's making sure to show you that, remember, this is Cumbria, England, Cumbria. This is before any Muslim Moors came in 700 AD. This is what I'm talking about. So when you're talking about the kings of England, that's why you have to go back into the kingdoms that he ruled. So if he's emperor, then he's emperor over all of these kingdoms. So over the 7 crowns, he ruled over the 7 crowns. All right. So look. So now so this makes more sense now. So look. So he ruled over Mercia, meaning he ruled over America. Yep. So Mercia, meaning America, but it's the kingdom within the island, because he's the emperor of that. He's ruling over all of the kings. To him, they are all princes. So look what I'm saying. So these are all of the crowns. So this is where they say kings. So that's why they say kings of England. So if he's a black man ruling over this, because he's the only emperor that ruled from England, a black man from Libya. So if he's ruling over that, then every one of them, that's why when he says the children of the kings of England, then it's right then to have this. Then look, then now we go into the present day scenario, yeah? Then it's right to this, then this is so right, but you have to have intelligence to know that it's so right. Look, then this is so right. That's why the countries that's within this royal household, they're majority black. They're all black. You know what I'm saying? Look, these are all black countries. That's what I'm saying. So when you're talking about the children of the kings, it makes sense. And this is a forever. So you see, so this is when you know it's a black man speaking. He's certain. He's larger than life. He's making sure that every children, you know what I'm saying? A righteous king talking about is defending the children. You see? So that's what I have to say. So now look, that's what I'm saying. So we have an alien invasion right here. King Charles, the alien, foreign king, all right? Can't compete with me and no one that, know themselves. You know what I'm saying? That's why again, but it's just people ain't got people. When it comes to royalty is not based on your title. It's based on your expression. It's based on your behavior. So if you're afraid to be yourself, because again, it's like everyone is saying, but they're not really stepping. They don't have this royal step. They're saying it, but they're not stepping. Like my Gideon boot is different. Like I step. Doesn't matter who it is. I ain't afraid of nobody. I will step. That's the difference between me and the rest of everyone. I step. You understand? No shakiness in my game. Like, I don't step to my own brothers. I step to those who try to take my stuff. You get it? I'm different. So there's nobody can't talk about no badness. Like, you're a child. You can't step to those that take your ancestral thing, and then you're gonna step to your brothers. That's what I'm saying, man. We don't have no like that is they're laughing. They're saying these people are disabled. Like, you don't even know how they feel. But yeah, yeah, that's how it goes. So look. So now, again, we're talking about Alien, right? That's how I feel, man. We're talking about Alien. Remember? So now we're going to show you the power that the crown, because we're talking about the law of the crown now. We're showing about the powers what the crown have, right? This is our ancestral powers that we have. Let me show you. So you could find this right here in the Act of Supremacy, 1558. Let me show you. So let me show you this. So in the America, so you could find this here, right? So the supremacy cluster, it's in the constitutional laws of the United States, right? Because again, the United States are Mercia. That's why it would have the supreme. It would have the supreme cluster. It would have this because it is Mercia. That's what's supreme about it, right? Just showing you, right? So look, because I'm showing that it connects. That's why you have the Act of Supremacy, 1558. And especially it was done by a matriarchal. So she knew about her lineage. She knew about the powers that she has. But look what it says, right? Remember, because legislation.gov.uk, it's all official. It's all top of the tier. You can't get no better validation nowhere else. Yeah, my people, remember to share, repost, let the algorithm talk to those that are blind and want to find something absolute. So look, it says an act restoring to the crown the ancient jurisdiction over the state ecclesiastical and spiritual, and abolishing all foreign powers pregnant to the same. So again, you see, it could abolish these. So we have the power. We have the absoluteness. That's what I'm saying. We have it. It's just the people now. Like, literally, the part that's supposed to be the most simplest is the hardest. People will gather to go to party. People will gather to go to concert, but to gather to save their own soul. My God. To gather to really change their children's future. Where we at? So yeah. So look again. See? So our ancestors, look, it's saying again, I'll read it again. Act of Supremacy, 1558. Right? An act restoring to the crown the ancestral jurisdiction. Ancient jurisdiction. It says ancient. It's a bit mixed. Ancient jurisdiction. So let's show you the ancient jurisdiction. The ancient jurisdiction is Kemet, right? Like, gods wear the crown. So the crown ancient jurisdiction is the gods. So that's how powerful the crown is. Yeah? That's the ancient jurisdiction. Look, the crocodile god with his crown, with the shitty crown. Alright? Shuti. You have all the crowns, ancient jurisdiction. So let's go back to where we at. Alright, so let's just go to where we left off. Right? That's the ancient crown. Alright, ancient. So that's the ancient jurisdiction, my people. And you see, so the said crown has an ancient jurisdiction, right? And it's over the state ecclesiastical, so any church rules and laws, and spiritual. It doesn't matter how far you trying to go into the heavens, the crown has power over that, and it's abolished all foreign powers. All right, look at this. But it goes into details, the parts that cannot be removed. It's showing you, like us. That's why I'm saying we're beyond that spiritual. That spirituality is for babies. When adults, we need to take on the intelligence of the crown itself. We have to go beyond what we're thinking about. Yeah, my people. So, look, it shows you 8, Article 8, all spiritual jurisdiction united to the crown, and that such jurisdiction, privileges, superiorities, and preeminence, spiritual and ecclesiastical, as by any spiritual or ecclesiastical powers or authority have therefore been or may lawfully be exercised or used for the visitation of the ecclesiastical state and persons, and for reformation, order, correction of the same. So it could correct anything that we want. Like I say, that's why in a chess game they're trying to protect the crown. See? So look, and of all manners of errors, heresies, simicies, abuse, offense, contempts, and enormities shall forever, by authority of this present Parliament, be united and annexed to the imperial crown of this realm. So again, there's an imperial crown. So there's a Pharaoh was there, and that is true. You know what I'm saying? It's true. Pharaoh was in the Americas, imperial crown. Remember, see, it says forever. See, so when God speaks, you will see the said word forever. See, it says forever, and you see, it says forever. So anywhere, forever, that meaning the absolute is speaking. So remember the imperial crown of this realm. So there is an imperial crown. There's a distinction. We're distinct. You my people. Big up. There's a distinct. So look, let me show you the imperial crowns. Let me get out, zoom in. So there's an imperial crown of the House of Windsor, and we are the imperial residents. All right. So let me show you something. So see the first imperial crown you find, imperial crown. See, because again, Great Britain or United Kingdom is a part of the Ethiopian Empire or the Ethiopian crown, because again, the imperial crown, they're all connected. That is the imperial genealogy, the imperial crown genealogy. That is see, there is a body of people that has it. Look, so imperial crown of this realm, imperial crown of Ethiopia. That's why the crown is worn by God. That's why when the imperial crown is worn, it gives title like Haile Selassie. By the conqueror line of the tribe of Judah, His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie, Kings of Kings, Lords of Lords, elected God, because the crown gives that power. It has the ancient jurisdiction. Let me show you another one. You see, because this is the free crown, like the Bermuda Triangle. It's powerful. That's why there is a Bermuda Triangle, because there are free imperial crown. Look, you have the imperial crown of the Central African Empire. That's Congo. You understand? Look, because it's all connected by imperial crown bloodline of this realm where we at right now. That's what I'm saying. We have an absolute mindset. And look, again, the Emperor of Central African, John Bedell Bukassa. Alright? And look, this is where that imperial crown has its ancestral jurisdiction. Look, with these, the two powerful ones. Right? You see, the crown of Osiris. Ancient, look. These are gods wearing the crown. Right? These are, everyone knows that these are gods. You know what I'm saying? Even Cyrus II, I could say Cherubim, gods. Let me show you. Even Amun, you know, it's written. See, so if gods wear the crown, then they're talking about God Himself. All right, this is why. Look, this is where the power comes from. Let's go even further. So you see how much power we have, man. It's written in the law. So it's not even just us, the law telling you. So this is where we find it. Look, based on, again, the children, the king's children, inheritable in England, right? The children you could find in the present, like the House of Lords, where I talk about on the Live Presidency Act 1539, right? So even if they try to change the constitution or the construction of the place, they still have to carry the law, because if the law is removed, then again nobody cannot rule. It then goes back to the ancient jurisdiction, Egypt. So look, an act for the placing of the lords in the parliament. So look, from this instruction, the lords are the children of the Lord the King, King Edward. So that's why it's the placing of the lords. It's trying to say the placing of the children. All right, let me show you. So look, it shows you. So this is the first line. It says, none but the king's children shall sit on either side of the cloak of estate in parliament. I read it again. None but the king's children shall sit on either side of the cloak of estate in parliament. I read it again. None but the king's children shall sit on either side of the cloak of estate in parliament. Let's go and I'll show you some more. It gets in more details. Let me show you more details. It states, look, from here. First, it is enacted by authority, or foresaid that no person or persons of what degree, estate, degree, or condition soever he or they be of, except only the king's children, shall at any time thereafter attempt or presume to sit or have place at any side of the cloak of estate in parliament chamber, neither of the one and of the king's highness, nor of the other, whether the king's majesty be there personally present or absent. So that's why, like I say, I'm trying to say, people, because the knowledge of people is so, you understand, need this type of witnesses. So, because it's like, it's there. Like I say, the intelligence is there. The laws are there. So now, again, when the law is with us, why don't we use it? Because the law is telling you so that we are the one that's supposed to sit, but everyone is still like sitting in, like, bro, we have the right. It's there. So I'm saying, so we are so programmed to pretend that if I read it, it sounds good, but it's like it won't move no one, because you have been programmed to pretend. You can't step. Like I say, people will step for doing foolish things, for unaliving their own brothers and sisters, but to take something that they inherit. My people, man, we're doing it backwards, man. How much can I talk? But it's all written. It's in law. Cannot be removed. But like, yeah, we're the one that is damaging, man. Trying to escape. I hope the aliens come and I'll go with them. I'm telling you. Cause man, I can't. Like, imagine out of the whole world, I'm the only one stepping like that. I ain't making sense, man. Something's not right. Like, for me, when I look into my consciousness and think about this, it's not right. Not right at all. You know what I'm saying? I ain't no sacrificial lamb. I know that. But it's not something that's right. I have to really process that. Like, they are the biggest chat shitters, the biggest, have the trying to stun on the biggest, but they can't do none of these things. Why? Because they don't have the art. They don't have the heart. They don't have it. They're just pretenders. Like, they go after people that, again, look like themselves, weak in it. So that's why they have art for those type of people. But when it comes to the real deal, the ones that have you under, you get me, under control, they just wave their hand and they just back off. That's all. But yeah, that's, as children, that's what I'm saying. So imagine that for me being myself, they will try to silence me just for me being myself. So that's what I'm saying. I can't live in this type of pretended society. I can't even be myself. I know my ancestors, they're concerned about that. Think about the type of racism and psychology that I had to witness. I put it out there for evidence. Like, everyone's like, "Are you okay?" Bro, no one's even thinking. They're saying you can't even be yourself, so everyone else is pretending. Like, pretending that I'm okay. Like, you lot are pretending. Because it doesn't matter. Because it's still tomorrow. If anything happened, you are still going to be pretending. That's what I'm saying. Like I have to analyze these things. You understand? Literally, aliens, I'm going with them, man. Can't be. It's too much pretenders. Like imagine that. We know enough. There is enough. Educate. There's enough. There's enough knowledge. You know what I'm saying? But knowledge is not enough if it's not practical. Like, you can't step because you don't have the art. You don't know yourself. Doesn't matter how you're trying to make it sugarcoat and make it look good and come with all of the fashion, the cover up, all of the fakeness. You ain't got the heart to step. Understand? People don't have it. They rather let the foreigners take them to war, unalive strangers, than step to them and take back their own things. That's what I'm saying. That is baby badness. I'm saying childlike. Yeah, man, that's what I'm saying. I made history. But if you like it or not, or you agree with it or not, history has been made by me. Understand? Just the reality. Alright, so boom. Boom, look at this now. So I'm gonna highlight another thing. Alright, look, these are all laws. Look. I'll show you why look, 1689. So for those that are in America, I show you that we were removed. Like, you were removed from Mercia. So let me show you. Let me highlight this so you could see. I'll show you that you was removed from the kingdom. So let's go again. Let me show you this. Let me show you this, my people. All right, look. So remember, just to highlight this for you, so because the Americans, something about them, you know, even though they're trying not, they're just the most damaged or the most programmed of themselves, but they're still doing with what they can, man. But that's why I kind of rate them a bit. But still, their unity is good. I think. When they know they go at it. They do. I definitely know that with pure ignorance. I look Mercia, all right, which is America. Let me show you this, all right? You see, just for people that coming in the room that don't know. So Mercia is America, all right? This is because the emperor that ruled, he ruled from here. So he ruled the Americas from Mercia. He ruled Mercia from Mercia. Instead of, he ruled from the northeast instead of from the northwest. Alright? So just bear that in mind. So look, alright, that's what America means. It's a dictionary, like, it's not a debate, like, just get it in your brain. Like, that's what it means. That's where it comes from. It's not come from, then you could derive it from further, but this is the milestone that you need to understand. So let me show you now. So you could find in the Claim of Right Act 1689, I show you that we was removed, but look what they're saying. That's why this is showing you that Scotland bloodline, the Scottish bloodline, is more directly descended to the ancient bloodline. All right, because it's a matriarchal part. Scotland is a matriarchal, right? Meaning female, right? Mother. Yeah, so look, and it shows you in this because Scotland has the main claim. So the declaration of the estate of the Kingdom of Scotland containing the claim of rights and the offer of the crown, right? So the Scotland offered the crown to the kings and queens of England. So remember, Scotland did that, yeah? Scotland offered the crown. But let me show you. Can't really get into too much of that reading. But look, right here, yeah? Right, this one, as you can see, 1, 2, 3 paragraph, right? Look. So this is what happened. Look at this. It says, by taking the children of the Protestant noblemen and gentlemen, sending and keeping them abroad. See? Sending and keeping them abroad. Look. So that's why from here, that's why King Edward was so intelligent. See, look, you see where it says? And a statue for those who are born in parts beyond sea. Right? Keeping them abroad. So that's beyond sea. He knew that things was going to happen. Right? And to be beard popists making great funds and donations and popist school and colleges abroad. So we was taken abroad. So you see, so the children were taken from Mercia, from the east, from the northeast of Mercia to the northwest of Mercia, which is known as Mercia, America. So he was taken out of the kingdom and brought to the other side. That's what happened. You know, it's written in the law. Like, you don't have no other, there is no more greater source than this. You can't find it nowhere. So it's not a debate. I'm telling you what's happening. Twice, and it's unlawful to do it. It's unlawful for us that was taken. So again, you definitely was taken in captivity to the Americas. But it wasn't done by like slavery. They took you because you were the children of the kings. Do you understand? And the Slavics people came along, which then they got given your identity, and then that got changed. Because if you look at, let me show you. Let me just show you, like I say, everything is written. Your royal captives. Look, let me show you. So just after the Ottomans, you have the Slavic capture, 16 Slav from the Black Sea, slave, the Slavs, the first, they were captured, right? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. This is the reality, right? And they were then your identity got swapped with their identity because you're not a slave. You're not a Slav. Slav means slave. You're not that. So let me break it down. Let me show you what it is. You can look it up. You're not a slave. That's what I'm saying. You have been given a slave identity. A servitude identity is not yours. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not yours. Your royal identity is yours. And people be concerned because they don't want you to be who you are. And then you have been given a Slavic identity, a foreign identity, and you walking around boldly with it. You're a madman. That's how they're thinking. They're thinking that you're crazy. How are you gonna walk around with a Slavic identity? I wanted to show you something. I think it's from here. I wanted to show you where did I put it? Yeah, it's so important. Yeah, so you can see the kind of contents that we're providing. But yeah, no problem. I'll do it another time. But look, let me just show you. Look, again, shows you, look, that the taking, it tells you that it's wrong. Look, that the taking, the children, see, look, the said children, look, going back to the act, the said children, so these are us, right? The children of the kings, right? The children. See, it keeps telling you that we were taken. The children, look, by that, the taking, the children of noble, look, they tell you of noble men. So look, you see, when you talk about great men, you know, barons, earls, lord the king, it's talking about us, telling you, look, by taking the children of noble men, gentlemen, and others, sending and keeping them abroad. Look, it tells you, look, it's contrary to the law. You understand? Hope you do. So look now, let me show you. So you know, okay, this is a thing. So look, next one. This is powerful now. And then I'll make another break. And then I could like then if I won't even go forever, right? Because I'm not trying to go back at 2 o'clock again. But it was, so look, the next law, the Petition of Right 1627. Just like the same petition I'm doing, if I did not, like it all just lined up. I'm just following my ancestor, obeying. It just lined up. I did not, like I say, it just all lined up. I done it, and I didn't know how it connected, but it was supposed to connect. Look, right? The same petition concerns about the rights, right? Concerning about rights. And then I confirmed what I'm talking about, right? King Edward, look at this. Just look, it's so powerful what the type of blood that I'm running from my veins. Look, the petition of rights, said thing I'm doing. Remember, look, this is Charles the Third, this is Charles the First. It's like history repeats itself. Like, you see what I'm saying? This is Charles the First, and we're in Charles the Third, so it has repeats itself. I hope everyone can see what I'm saying. Look, let me break it down. So look what I'm saying. King Charles the Third. Look on my petition. See what I'm saying? On my petition, because again, he's a decision maker. Look on the petition. Charles the First. Look, this is in 1627. We're in 2025. Look, my people, you know, seeing what's going on. But look what it reads. Look what it reads. So it's mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. Look, the petition exhibited to His Majesty. Look, the petition exhibits to His Majesty. Yeah? Mind-blowing stuff, man. I'm impressed. Listen. Exhibit to His Majesty by the Lord, spiritual and temporal and commons in this present Parliament assembled concerning derived rights and liberties of the subject, with the King's Majesty royal answer thereunto in the full Parliament. Look to the King's most excellent Majesty. Just let me look now. Look what it says. Just look. Exactly what I've done. Reciting that by, look, yeah, it says reciting that by the 25th, the 34th, King Edward I, Saint 4, C1, by authority of Parliament held by the 25th year of King Edward III. Look, same thing. Same thing. Same thing. Look, petition is to the King, King Charles the Third. Same, reciting Edward, the authority that I look in the 25th year is saying the same thing. I'm doing this, nothing. This has already been done and it's already been successful. You understand? Look, Edward and by other laws, you see, of laws of the realm. The king's subjects shall not be taxed, but by the consent in parliament. But it's showing you that it has to be followed by this law. It has to follow this law. This is the law within the statute. Has to follow this law. Everyone has to be there to consent towards it. Because again, this is the king's children that we're talking about. Alright? Look, you see, it says children again. It says subject. Look, humbly shewed unto our sovereign Lord, the King, the Lords spiritual and temporal and commons in Parliament assembled, that whereas it is declared and enacted by a statute made in the time of the reign of King Edward the First, commonly called Statuum de Tolio no compreendo, that no tillage or aid should be laid or levied by the king or his heirs in this realm without the good will and assent of, look, the archbishop, the bishop, the earls, barons, knights, burghers, and other the freemen of the commonwealth of this realm, and by authority of Parliament held in the 25th year of the reign of King Edward the Third. So you see how, so you see what, you see type of fraud that look, let me go back to it. Look, I see that we catch him in fraud. King Charles is doing fraud on us. Listen, my people, we just caught him in fraud. Look, it tells you. Look, remember, he's a foreign administrator. Look, this law tells you. So they have to obey by this law. And look, so like I say, it laws tells you, look, for it tells you, look, it tells you there that no levy, that no tillage or aid should be laid or levy by the king or his heirs. So any other foreign king in this realm without the good will and assent of the archbishops. Look, it's giving you S's. Archbishops, bishops, earls, barons, knights, burghers, and other the freemen of the communals of this realm. Look, and by the authority of the Parliament held in the 25th year of the reign of King Edward the Third. So again, it is treason because it's going against our inheritance. Because look, he's levying this money. Look, it tells you, look at this fraud, look. Whereas the Commons of the United Kingdom in Parliament assembled have resolved to authorize the use of resource and the issue of some out of the consolidated fund towards making good the supply which they have granted to His Majesty in this session of Parliament. You see, it tells you, so, see, they aided him. See, they aided him. Look, they aided him. Look, the amount. See, they aid because the grant is an aid. Look, appropriation of this resource authorized for the use for year 2025, 2026. The aggregate of the following is 1,102,340,387,000. Look, he's being granted or aided where it shows you that he's not supposed to. Because remember, that is being used against us. See, it tells you that no tillage or aid should be laid or levied by the king or his heirs in this realm without the good will and assent of the archbishops, bishops, earls, barons, knights, burghers, and other the freemen of the communals of this realm. Look, and by the authority of Parliament held in the 25th year of the reign of King Edward. Look, by this authority, see, that's why I say this is our power, because this gives us by the children our inheritance. You see, it, no one can't use this but us. But how are they using it? My people, man. It's all right, but go keep sleeping, yeah. Keep sleeping. But yeah, my people, it's lit, man. So I break there. Break there. It's 19 past. But
Yes.
yeah, this is it. That was good. I like that because that woke me up.
Powerful. Loved it.
Mhm.
A lot of people talking in the chat, man. Powerful. We're going to invite some people up to contribute to the live. And if you want to come up, I'm going to invite you. And then can you contribute something that's part of the presentation that King Lancelot said? Or if you have a question to say, obviously you can bring that to the table.
All right, my people, just let's try get it to 100K like before we end or anything like that. Remember, there's 36 people just all in sync, tap, share, repost. You know, do the whole support. Again, like I say, you know, like with this type of information, only like 36. I know there's something wrong, man. I'm telling you. I just like I can't wrap my head around it yet, but I know, and I know there's a solution for it. But there is something wrong, you know. Like I say, the biggest event that we had for a whole century, and it's like, yeah, I know it's picking up, but the type of reaction that we're getting is not. It's like a slow reaction. Go ahead, my queen. Go ahead, Empress.
Greetings, Tisha. Go ahead, you can say something. Do you want to contribute to the stage? I don't know if you can hear us.
Hello?
Peace and love. I apologize. I had a little trouble unmuting, but I wanted to thank you all for inviting me up. And I wanted to tell you that I am absolutely enjoying what I'm hearing, the laws that you are bringing out, the acts, and the fact that the inheritance belong to the children. That is very, very powerful. And I'm really appreciative of the work that you're doing. I saw a video someone had on TikTok. They had shared your video where you went to Parliament. And when I tell you it was powerful what I saw, it was very, very powerful. So I want to be a part, but I just want to make sure I'm educated enough and understand where to find laws, where to go and read them, because, you know, for us here in the States, where we go and we look up the Constitution and look at case law and what the common law is here and federal laws and all of that. So I want to make sure that I'm understanding what you are presenting, which pretty much I am, is pretty much laid out. But I want to know where I can find it and educate myself so that I can be in the know and know what I'm talking about.
Excellent, Empress. Look at this. Just look at this.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Excellent, Empress. Look at this, right?
Yes, I can hear you. I may have a
delay. You got a slight delay.
Okay.
All right. So Supreme Cluster. Look, Supreme Cluster. And you could find the Supreme Cluster. This is within the American laws, right? The Supreme Cluster is coming from the Act of Supremacy. It's so powerful. Look, again, let me highlight this. Where is it? this is. 1 second. I just
Hey, I can just mute you for a little bit. Your mic, it's just that it makes it echo. If you don't mind, and then we'll get you next to come and contribute. If you don't mind, hey.
yes, the man, go on. Yeah, it's something that it has to do. This is something. This is part. Okay, that's it. Let me just. I'm gonna organize it better. All right, put it there. So look, Empress that was speaking. Look, so you have the Act of Supremacy 1558. It tells you. So because look again, this is for those that are in America. Let's get back to the kingdom before England existed. So the kingdoms, again, that was ruled by Septimius Severus. Septimius Severus, look, from the 1st AD, 2nd AD. Severus ruled the city of London. Severus, he's Libyan, black man from Libya. You have the Egyptian, you have the Pharaoh bloodline. He's emperor. He's the only emperor that visited and ruled from Mercia, which is now England. Only region. He ruled all of this, even the Americas, from Mercia, which is now England. He had other emperors with him, like Marcus Aurelius. That's why you could find the Illyrian Moors in Cumbria. This is not the right word, because look, this is the 1st AD, not about the 711 Moors. We're talking about the first ones. All right, so let me show you again, just to highlight that. So look now, let me show you something. This is, look, Mercia. Again, for those that, Mercia is where you get America from. This is the kingdom. It's an empire, so it covers the whole Atlantic Ocean. England is not a European country. It's only been in Europe from 1972. That's the only time it ever was a part, not even no close. It's an Atlantic island. It's a Commonwealth country to the imperial crown, and again, it's an African country. It's what it is. Look, Mercia. Look, let me highlight this because of the bloodline. Look, Mercia. Look up Mercia, America, because that's the older word. Because this is from the 500 AD to 800 AD. These are 7 kingdoms with 7 crowns: East Anglia, Essex, Kent, Mercia, Northumberland, Sussex, and Wessex. 7 kingdoms with 7 crowns. The ruler over all of this, Septimius. Look again. I was showing you. So look, as you can see. So look. So when you go into the Act of Supremacy now, so this is what it tells you: an act restoring to the crown the ancient jurisdiction. So the ancient jurisdiction of the of this. So that's why they have the Act of the Supremacy Cluster, because there is an ancient jurisdiction. The laws has an ancient jurisdiction in the United States. That's why if you read that cluster, it talks about federal laws and treaties. That's why it says, look, the United States constitute the supreme law of the land. The supreme law of the land is the Act of Supremacy, because it tells you it's the crown. The crown is the supreme law of the land, because the crown ancient jurisdiction over the state ecclesiastical. So if it's over the state it's over federal laws. The crown is over federal laws. Listen, I'm saying again, state ecclesiastical and spiritual, and abolishing all foreign powers. So that's why it has that supreme cluster, and it tells you Article 6, Cluster 2. You could find it, my people. That's why if we did go into the petition of rights, if we did go into this, you will see the type of power that you do have, and I'm talking about everyone. black, white, color, gray, all of that. Listen, the children of the kings. So look, I'm saying, let me highlight this for everyone that are in this land. All right. So I just showed you that these are things. Let me just show you quickly again. So like mention, look, Charles, his ancestral lineage is from Saxon and Coburg. Saxon and Coburg refers primarily to a historical German duchy. It's German. He's only administering the children of the kings that are within the House of Windsor, and these are all of the children. Because their bloodline, their ancestral lineage, you could find it in this charter. The Royal House of Windsor, the House of Stuart, the House of Beautiful, the House of York, the House of Lancaster, the House of Plantagenet, the House of Wessex, the Kingdom of Mercia. Again, in America, yeah? Because it's an empire that is ruled by Septimius Severus, greatest Roman emperor, black man from Libya. That's what I'm saying. Having the Pharaohic bloodline. This is just the reality. So look, this is just to show you that, because I have to highlight that point. Yeah, that's really what I wanted to say. Don't want to go too much, but you see what it is. You see what I'm highlighting. Yeah. See what I wanted to show you. I wanted to show something before my mind got turned away. 1 second. Before, I just want to highlight something just quickly because I didn't get to do this. So the fact that I was talking about the ancient jurisdiction, right? And you could find it in the Claim of Right 1689, and it shows you that Scotland has the ancient jurisdiction over England for the fact that it's a matriarchal country. It's like matriarchal meaning mother. It has the mtDNA, and that's why you could find it. It says the declaration of the estate of the Kingdom of Scotland contained in the Claim of Rights and the offer of the crown to the King and Queen of England. You see, Scotland offered the crown. Let me show you. Let me show you this reason. Look. So Scotland, you go back. Scotland blood, the Scottish bloodline is going all the way back in the 18th dynasty, 18th, 19th dynasty. Let me show you. Look, it's far in. Look, Scotia, where the Stone of Stone. Scotia, the Stone of Stone, Stone of Destiny that came out of Egypt, right? Where Alexandra and King Edward was fighting over. King Edward took it back to Westminster, and now it took it. Look, but look, Scotia. Look up Scotia. Let me show you that it was a black country, dark country. Look, Scotia. Remember, without Scotia, you're not going to have a Scotland or an island. So all of those that are in Scotland and Ireland, they're just pale, but don't know their history. They don't know their black heritage. They don't know nothing. I'm telling you. And they don't do their genealogy, and they don't get to their bloodline, because this is something history cannot remove. That's why the Stone of Stone is there, and that's why none of the foreigners sit on this, because why? They're not that direct blood. So let me show you. Type in Scotia or Scotia. All right, let me find this Scotia. Let me just show you something. Where is Scotia? I need to definitely organize this. 1 second. I have it.
You're next, Dave. You're going to be next. It won't be long. Okay?
Yeah, just give us 1 second.
Appreciate you.
All right, let me just type it in, whatever. All right, let me just look. No, 1 second. Scotia meaning. Look, Scotia. All right. Look, Scotia, yeah? Look, Scotia. If you go into etymology, the origin, from 1600 Latin to Greek, Scotia from Skosos, meaning darkness, meaning darkness. So when you say obviously it makes sense because she's from a dark country. She's gonna be that way. But like I say, so when you say Scotland, you're saying dark land because that's what it means. That's what I'm saying, because people are lacking education, lacking genealogy, lacking actual meaning. You could see it. It says this can't be changed. So when you're saying Scotia, that's why you have Nova Scotia, because Scotia, she ruled the empire in the north, Nova Scotia, all of that side, the Americas, that top part. That's why you have Nova Scotia, because again of Scotia, and that's the bloodline, and that's it. So from Scotia to Septimia Severus, that's what it is. And yeah, that's the part I wanted to highlight, because again, I wanted to say that. Yeah, my people.
Thank you. Great then. Thank you. Hayes, I know you've been waiting for some time. Do you want to contribute or ask a question? Thank you for coming on stage.
Who, me?
Yes, you.
All right,
Welcome.
Right, perfect. Yeah, I just wanted to know. Basically, you were talking about Scotia, and that would be obviously with the family names, because I do have.
Can't hear you. Break
Can
up.
you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you.
Basically, I just wanted to know, is it I've been looking into history, obviously, and when it comes to family names, I do believe I've got Angus, and I've been studying like basically law of history, and the way that you're doing it is perfect, but you have to go through a notice, I presume. Do you know anything about that?
Notice, yeah. It's just like a
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Well, I do want to link up and obviously talk to you offline or something, because there are certain stuff like, especially about the history, with the way you're coming from. Some of the stuff I didn't know. To tell the truth, I have heard of. I just didn't know the actual details themselves. But yeah, I think you are right about about the presentation you're presenting. You are right. So
Give
I
thanks.
can't even knock you.
And this is it. Like with me, what I'm presenting, I'm presenting equality, because at the end of the day, it's about the children. You understand?
Correct.
Literally.
Yes.
So if remember, and the fact that whatever, if it's the education that changed for those that were left in the United Kingdom and then were controlled by Germany, and then that was the case, and then their education got changed about who they are and where they're from.
Correct.
I understand that part, yeah. But it's
Yes,
like
but what we call education, they call animal husbandry. That's what they call it. That's exactly that's from where I come from. Just looking to certain stuff. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Sorry. Carry on.
No, yeah, no, cool. Yeah, no. So it's the fact that was not supposed to happen. Like a foreigner not supposed to rule England. That is not within the laws of England. That's not within no custom.
Yes, correct.
None at all. You can't find it nowhere on this land. So
it's all that.
You're breaking up.
They see it as real, but obviously we see it as an act. That's what it is.
Yeah, well, look, this is in this statute. It's talking about a law. So we have the law is already embedded, and within this they cannot do anything without going through the law. But they already have, based on the education or based on the knowledge of the mass of people. So now again, there has to be some ancient DNA reawakened so that the children can be secured. So I'm saying it doesn't matter if you're if you're black or white, the fact that if you know your heritage, your DNA, because it's in the DNA and the genealogy, you have to understand there's an order, and you have to understand the laws are in place. So we have to make sure that regardless of what we're thinking, we have to put the children first.
Yes,
And if you're not
that
putting the
makes sense.
children first, that means like you're not supposed to be around. You get what I'm trying to say? You're not supposed to even be
Obviously,
living on this earth.
basically, yeah, basically, from the standpoint of where I've seen it, it does make sense. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And this is why they've attached money and fun fear to everything.
Yeah,
because they've made it that much more a little harder.
Yeah.
They've tried to, should I say?
That's true.
Through the corporation, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
And
so like,
you're so right. Let me show you something. I want to show you something. When you say that, I like to provide the evidence what you're talking about. I like to make sure people know the things are true, right? Because it's true. Let me just go on talk. I'm just gonna when I find it.
Basically, I've been listening. I've been looking to stuff. Really, my problem is I haven't been able to sleep for quite a few decades now. Because of that, I've been looking into stuff, and I want to say read just personal stuff, research and stuff. And what you're saying about the Morris thing, you're right about that. But this is part of the actual problem and solution kind of thing. Because do you know? Have you heard of what do you call it? 5D chess. Have you heard of that saying before?
5D chess. No.
Yeah, have you heard of it?
Enlighten me, no. I probably have, but I can't remember everything.
Yeah, right. It's that. Do you understand? You say when a spiritual connection.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right about that. This. It's best if we talk offline first, isn't it? Because there's a
thing. All right, just
you understand?
Hit me up in my, because just
yeah, I understand it. Listen. I'll go through WhatsApp, innit? I'll go through WhatsApp.
Yeah, email. Yeah, just send me the number. I'll just say hey, and then I'll send you my number, and then
yeah, no problem, blood. Yeah. Because it's a bit deep, you know, blood. Like it is, and it gets a bit ridiculous. But because of today's, because of the technology, or not even technology, just because of today's day, there are certain things that we can prove with our senses, with our five senses. Put it that way.
Surely.
Yeah. So yeah, man, carry on anyway. Carry on, brother. I'm listening. Innit? You know what I mean?
All right then. I'm still looking for. Yeah, appreciate it. All right then. I'm gonna.
Do you understand? Obviously, when they say black, they obviously mean it's either going to be melanated, swarthy, comely, or copper colored, or indigenous.
Yeah.
You understand? Yeah, exactly. Obviously.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Because it's going to be going through Black's law. This is one of the key connections. Obviously,
everything can be proven. What you're saying is true, man.
Yes.
Prove it. Yeah. I just wanted to find this. Okay. Is it there? No, Richard. It's Richard somewhere. Just when I find it, I want to see.
Okay. Yeah. It's not a problem. No problem.
Have you heard of hey, let's just let the other person talk now, so we can move on, and then we'll come back to you.
Not a problem.
Ready. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Ob. Welcome to the stage. Is there something that you'd like to contribute or ask a question? You can unmute yourself, and I can unmute you if you like. Ob, can you hear us? Okay.
There you go. All right. Boom.
You found it? Okay.
If Ob's not speaking, just send them off to clear up the stage, because there's people that do want to come on, and then if they get the time, just bring them back up.
Okay. Let me just give you a quick second. Ob, can you hear us before I put you down, because other people want to come on? Okay, I have to remove you. So if you want to come back up, just ask and I'll bring you up. Okay.
Young people, just look, there's 44 people. Just get to the 100K. Because we only got this half. Let's get to the 100K. But this is what I wanted to, the brother that was speaking before. So look, yeah. You had ordinance, ordinance of corporation. You see what I'm trying to say? This was Henry the Sixth Act 1503. It was repealed in 1993. Look what it says. Against unlawful statute made by corporation. You know what I'm saying? Expired. Look, corporation shall not make or enforce any ordinance without approbation of the chancellor. No order by corporation to restrain suits in the king's court. And people not listening. Corporation shall not make or enforce any ordinance. Let me look up. Let me just go through it like I'm educating someone. 1 second. Oh gosh, once I press the wrong. Good word. Let me think it comes up. Look up. All right. Let me just copy it. 1 second, so everyone knows. Because like I say, I like everything I do, I prove you. Like, that's why I just want things to be examined. Bring the whole lot of them. Every single one of them. Every one of them that think that they know Lord, bring them. Yeah? I'm telling you, it's over. Look, see? Ordinance and authoritative order. Law, injunction, command. So you see how the corporation is doing things, ordering us do this. Police doing corporation order. It's unlawful. Like my people, it's written though. But that's what I'm saying. People are stuck like they're pretending too much that they know shit. They don't. This is what I'm trying to wake, but I'm really trying to show you that you're supposed to know shit. You're supposed to know this. Like I say what I say because I am who I am. That's in my blood. I just remembered. I woke up. But like I say, people get nervous and start being concerned. Imagine people concerning for you being yourself. You know that the society is a poison. It's not you. It's not yours. Imagine that. People are nervous. They are concerned. They think there's something wrong for you being yourself. Think about the psychology of the people that's around you. You being yourself, they are concerned. They will put you in trouble. They would hurt you for you being yourself. Think about it. Come on, my people. Yo. But this is what I was showing anyway. Yeah? Because someone else is gonna come up here, or when I'm gonna say, you might not see them.
Okay. Waker, would you like to contribute or ask a question to the live? We appreciate you. And I'm going to put you down now so we can invite more people up. Blessings.
Yo, my people. Tap it
Kia ora, Brother Lancelot and Owaka. Awaken more. Greetings. Health and well-being greetings.
Health and
I'm
well-being.
from Aotearoa, New Zealand. I really appreciate your boldness in stepping out there. I think it's been said a lot to you. And doing what you did in Parliament. And of course, down here in New Zealand, Aotearoa, New Zealand, we are of that nature, and I think we have, all of us need to get to this place to have that kind of boldness. And I think we're seeing it, especially in our indigenous peoples, we're seeing it in places like Nepal, where you have people just sick and tired of what's been going on, and then reclaiming back their identity, I guess their authentic identities, and they know what's good for their people. We know what's good on our lands, and so so I really appreciate that, because it's actually filled in some blanks for me in terms of the history and the and this presentation that you're making here. And it actually connects to some other paper trail letters patent that the Crown during the 1800s were very active in, especially to Westminster, in creating these I guess letters patent, and then sending them and specifically for where we are in New Zealand,
Yeah.
and so we started working with King George the Fourth, and working on a Declaration of Independence around 1809.
Mm-hmm.
And then he passed on, and then King William the Fourth took over. And in 1835 or 1834, he sealed a flag for our
Yes.
trading ships,
Yes.
which looks like an English flag, except the top left corner is different. It's
Yeah.
another St. George Red Cross, right?
That's right.
And then there's a blue background, and then there's 4 8-pointed stars in each blue background,
All right.
which tells us that that's actually depicting the Southern Cross.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Red Cross has a black brim, right?
Yeah.
On that Red Cross. So that's our protection, eh? So it's our trade and protection, because that's representing a military, that black brim.
Yeah.
And then obviously the Red Cross is the St. George Red Cross, rule of law. So and so that's the flag that King William the Fourth gave us in 1834. And he royal manually sealed it. We know it as Te Haki Tuatahi o Aotearoa, New Tirani, which is the first flag of New Zealand.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Prior to that, he invited our chiefs to design him a flag for their English shipping company.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is today. In the day, P&O cruisers ended up with that flag.
Mm-hmm.
Until we took them to court, and they had to pay us out for misuse of that property, because that was our ancestors' technology. But that was in the 80s that got sorted. Now in 1835, we signed a Declaration of Independence with King William the Fourth.
Mm-hmm.
And it's recognised internationally. This local government here, New Zealand government, they don't recognise it. But 5 years later, we then did in 1840, we did a Te Tiriti o Waitangi, which is a treaty of Waitangi with Queen Victoria.
Mm-hmm.
And so we are still at this place. Our chiefs never endorsed this document. So this document still hangs in the balance. The government won't recognise it. It's 184 years plus since we've been in this place. And and so we're still at the same place, and this treaty still has outstanding breaches against the Crown. So, and our Maori Queen went to go and talk to Charlie Boy last week or earlier this week about those breaches and the honouring of that treaty and the return of our confiscated lands.
That's right. It's true.
So that's where we're up to. So I think that we're very good at. We do haka in our parliament. So I mean, you went in there and told them that they're illegitimate, and and then basically laid down your status.
Yeah.
And so we're fortunate. We have a minor political party in their parliament, and so we're heavily outnumbered. But this is our total stance. We like to do our haka in those places as a peaceful protest.
Yes, I see it. I did see it.
And I think we need to all rise up and be able to do this as a people.
That's right.
Together, it's going to take all of us.
I agree. I do agree. And this is and like right now, as you just mentioned that, I have what we need. I have the absolute. It's absolutely. I have it. I have what we need. And look again. Just look at this. So look. Because everything that, just look at. I show you this. Just what you just said. So this is based on. So 1627. All right. So like how the fraud that they have done to take your land, you could find it. You could find that it was unlawfully within this rights, the petition of rights, 1627. You could find it, and
Yep.
for that reason, this is what they're supposed to have carried out for them to take or to do anything to any other lands that is a part of. You will say there's a crown. You have the crown, and then you have the imperial crown. So the ancestral crown, which is again the whole earth is a part of. So look, this is showing you, right? Look, we have, it's a recitation, so something that is a law that happened, and when anything that's violated. So see, like how you had the violation from the king doing what they're doing and to take the land. So this is a recitation based on another violation that that happened in that time. So it says reciting that by the 25th, the 34th Edward I Saint for one, by authority of Parliament held in the 25th year of King Edward III, and by other laws of this realm, that the king's subject shall not be taxed, but by authority in Parliament. Let's look. This is what it says. Humbly shewed unto our sovereign Lord the King, the Lords spiritual and temporal and commons in Parliament assembled, that whereas it is declared and enacted by a statute made in the time of the reign of King Edward the First, commonly called Statute du Tolio non comprendo, that no tillage or aid, should be laid or levied by the king. So he's talking about other kings. So any other, just like from this Charles all the way up to whoever, right? No king or anything, king or their heirs. So see, so whoever took the land or their heirs in this realm without the good and the goodwill and assent of the archbishop, the bishops, the earls, the barons, the knights, the burghers, and the freemen of the communities of this realm. Look, all of these have to have consented to taking the land, and by the authority of the Parliament held in the 25th year of the reign of King Edward III. So this is what happened in the 25th year. So this is your inheritance, your land that you're talking about, right? Your children inheritance. So it says the king's children declared inheritable in England. So the laws that you can that you can use because you're inheritable, right? In England, wheresoever born, the law of the crown, because we're talking about the law of the crown of England, is and always have been such that the children of the kings of England, in whatsoever parts they be born in England or elsewhere, be able and ought to bear the inheritance after the death of their ancestors, which law our Lord the King, the prelates, the earls, the barons, and other great men, and all the commons assembled in this parliament do approve and affirm forever. So you see, it doesn't matter today. Like if these things are pulled up, these are evidence of treason, trespass, fraud,
Yes.
everything, because it's forever. It doesn't
And they
matter.
haven't been repealed, these acts. They're not repealed.
It's forever.
Lovely.
Forever means forever. It cannot. And this is the things that they've been hiding, because
Yes.
yes, these man, we, like I say, we have an absolute power right now. But like you mentioned, the greatest thing that you mentioned is we need the weight, we need the people, we need everyone to be witness. Because I tell you, you could bring all of them out. I will show like these things need to be examined, and
Yes.
and it needs to be the people, like like a criminal court, the jury. The
Yep.
jury should be the whole population because they're the judges. That is the law of the land because this is their inheritance, and they're the ones that's supposed to judge the inheritance. You know what I'm saying? It's by law. So
Yep. Absolutely.
we're in a great position, but like you mentioned, and this is what I am is the struggle that is right now is that there ain't enough of us paying attention. Right?
Yeah.
We're too
Yeah,
distracted.
you're right about that, but you're right about that. We're not paying attention, and it's like
Nah.
this is what I'm trying to tell you. Like this is the reason why the public education system was framed and is framed the way it is. You understand me?
Yeah,
Like when we say public education system, the whole point from I think it was like 1902 or 1903 to now
yeah,
was to basically dumb you down.
yeah.
This is the whole point. This is partly the whole point.
I agree.
But at the same time, it's been tactics throughout the food, obviously frequency, obviously education, obviously like all the five senses,
Yeah,
and like most of the technology that you're seeing that's coming out now
yeah,
is nothing compared to like what we had, like even before Tartaria, even before that. You understand me?
yeah,
So there's just like we understand like the First World War and the Second World War was basically a cover up for basically the old kingdoms. We understand that. We
Yeah.
understand that
Yeah.
the the
At the end of the
buildings.
day, we are the 99%, right? And so we already outnumber them,
that's
right? And
right.
so what the brothers are saying is a lot of us are asleep,
Yeah,
Yeah,
right?
but
And when we
that's
wake up, right? Because we only really need 51% majority,
you only need
right?
that. Yeah,
51% majority. That's all we need. 99% would be good.
I agree. I agree.
yeah. So
I tell you, because there's like I say, we have the measurement. We have something that's absolute, and I mean, it's there is there is no look. I mean, I show you. Things are clear, like it's an absolute clarity. We know Charles is not from the United Kingdom, so he doesn't have. Is the power that is being displayed is not how it's supposed, because we're so distracted, we're so dumbed down. It looks like who he is, but it's not. We know that again. Saxe Coburg is a German house. Like, people don't forget this. So look, the way that he's in place, he's ruling over. Look, see as New Zealand's in it. I don't know if it's come out now, but
Yeah, brother.
yeah.
We're in it.
So
Yes.
look, all right. So look, then yeah. So all right. Look at that. Look. So New Zealand has ancestral blood, and these ancestral blood is going back into the old. So remember, have he doesn't have competition. He can't compete with us. But it's but this is how we got in the Children Act 1908 Amendment Act 010. It's called the Regency Act. Look, when you look up the word regency, right? A regent, look, regent refers to a person appointed to rule in place of a monarch who is unable to do so, typically due to being a minor, incapacitated, or absent. So that's why he's there. So look, let me just examine this part. Look now, because it's a big difference when we know what we know. Look, it tells you, look, this is an act to provide for the administration of the government in case the crown shall descend to any issue of his majesty, while such issue shall be under the age of 18, and for the care and guardianship of such issue. See what it is? It's not no conquering, they have done this, is that's a lie. He goes, look, if on the demise of his present majesty, who God long preserve, any children of his majesty succeeds to the crown, while under the age of 18 years, Her Majesty Queen Mary shall be the guardian and have the care and tuition of such child until the child attain the age of 18 years, and until that until that time shall have the disposition and ordering and management of all matters and things relating thereto. Look at this, look at this. Her Majesty Queen Mary shall, until such shall attain the age of 18 years and no longer have full power and authority, look, in the name of such child and in the stead of such child and under the style and title of regent, just so as I said, to exercise and administer. They're administering. Look, according to the law and constitution. So how could they say England don't have a constitution when they're telling you that's what they have to do? So let me show you the law and constitution now. It's this. Look, this is the inheritance of the children. See what I'm saying? It tells you. This is the constitution, the law, the king, the prelates, the barons, all of the commons. This is the constitution that's forever. You cannot break this. That's the constitution. The laws are here. The law of the crown of England, meaning the ancestry, your genealogy. Yeah, these are what they're supposed to obey by. That's why previously, before I read, it tells you. It goes, look, therefore, the power, the royal power and government of this realm, and all the dominions, countries, and territories belonging to the crown thereof, and use, exercise, and perform all prerogative, authority, and acts of government and administration of government that belongs to the sovereign of this realm, to use, exercise, and perform according to the law thereof. But, look, in such manner and subject to such condition, regulation, limitations, and so restriction, limitation, and regulation as are contained in this act. They had, look, so this is where they get that from. They get it from the Aliens Act 1698. Look what it tells you. An act to enable, so to enable His Majesty's natural born subject to inherit the estate of their ancestors, either linearly or collaterally, notwithstanding their father or mother were aliens. They're inheriting this because if we are incapacitated, that we don't know the law, if we're absent, we're outside of a jurisdiction or minor, that's the only way that they're ruling or governing this. They're not a English monarch. You get it? So the power does not abide in them; it abide in the children. That's why it tells you the king's children declared in. So look, use logic. So if they're not English, and if they're not English, then who are based on this? Just based on this diagram, if King Charles, Elizabeth, George is not, their ancestral lineage is not English, they're from Saxon Germany, then out of then who are the English, the children of the kings of England? It has to be all of these children, everyone in here. Because if they ain't, then look, so remember, their ancestral Saxon Coburg. So look up all of these ones. Let me show you where their ancestral house is. Let me show you. This is powerful thing. This is absolute. So look. So this is our ancestral house. So Royal House of Windsor, House of Stuart, House of Beautiful, the House of York, the House of Lancaster, the House of Plantagenet, the House of Wessex, Kingdom of Mercia. Like that. So when it talk about the children of the kings of England, if there ain't no King of England, which you can't be, which as you see is an administrator, and they got that authority through King the William give passing that there could be administrators, but that's why the inheritance has to go back to those that are. That's why they don't want you to do a genealogy for that reason. Because look, it tells you could find this. Laws are everywhere, but it's just like I say, our education are not focused in the right direction. Look, the House of Lords Presidency Act 1539. This is placing of the Lords in the Parliament. Remember, this law has to be recognized forever. So it has to go in accordance with this, because this is the inheritance that is forever. So look at this. So now, when you're talking about the Lord, you're talking about the children. That's why the first thing it says, none but the king's children shall sit on either side of the cloak of estate in Parliament. Why do you think Charles don't sit there? Why do you think none of his children don't sit there? Because it's not their seat to sit. But look, it more evidence. It gives you clearer details. Look, it doesn't matter if you're like Einstein. It doesn't matter if you're like Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk. Doesn't matter how smart you are. Doesn't matter if you're the Turk from Arabia. It doesn't matter who you are. Let me show you. It tells you in the law. First, it is enacted by authority or foresaid that no person or persons with S of what estate, degree, or condition soever he or they be of, except only the king's children, shall at any time. So we could go there any time. It doesn't matter if Parliament is in session, we could kick down the door and get them out. Look, at any time thereafter,
We need to
attempt
take our seat.
or presume to sit on, or sit or have place at any side of the cloak of estate in Parliament chamber, neither of the one and nor of the other of the King's Highness, nor of the other, whether the King's Majesty be present or absent. It doesn't matter if our king is. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter if they're present. So it doesn't matter if King Edward is present or absent. It's our law that's forever. And this I'm saying. This is where I'm looking, and I'm just letting people look. It's written. It's written. This is beyond me. I'm just following my ancestral direction where everyone should. Because look, New Zealand is within that. This is your ancestor. It's in your blood. No one is supposed to be able to dictate your blood. If they could do that, that means you're a slave. That means you're not honoring no ancestors. You're not in your right jurisdiction. No one can dictate blood. That's why no one can dictate skin color. None of these things. They only try to oppress it. That's what I'm trying to say, man. I have to wake up. But yeah, my brother, that was good. That was good. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, when they first came here, the first thing they did was erase our language.
Yes.
And then our health.
Mm-hmm.
We were just fortunate enough that we were the last ones to be colonized by them, so we got to hold on to our culture.
Mm-hmm.
So that was very fortunate, and we see that today too, because they're still wanting us to assimilate to a fake identity, as in a New Zealander and a Kiwi. Those are fake identities, right? We are before New Zealand,
exactly,
and the Kiwi is a bird, and we don't identify as a bird. We are living beings.
Yes,
and we are the regent here, so definitely we understand that. That we are the regent here, we are the First Nations, and we are the sovereign.
Yeah.
But at the moment, our sovereign status is like this: we're being governed by our oppressor.
Mm-hmm.
Right. In 1872, Westminster sent us a Pacific Islanders Protection Act And Section 6 and 7 are very telling in this act. Section 6 is only British subjects came on British ships. So we knew right there, okay, we're not British subjects. Thank you for putting that in writing, confirming.
Yeah.
We didn't need your validation. We already knew. But thank you. That's for your people to know. And then Section 7 is the monarch is unable to extend their sovereignty outside of the British Isles. So we know there too that when they came here and did what they did, it's fake. And their whole setup is fake.
Yeah, it's because they are fake. They're not. They don't have that type of power. Only if the country has been dumbed down by their leader. That's the only way anyone. That's because again, it's an intellectual war. Because it's law. They first have to do this before they do anything. Because this is what they're
Right.
saying is giving them the power. When you could
Yes,
see it,
but
if you could see it, that's what they're using. So we have something absolute that could. Let me show you. Like I say, there's something absolute.
Can we, because we're waiting for some time and we have to pass it
yeah,
on.
sorry,
So
I'll drop down and let someone else up.
I appreciate, thank you so much because we need to move on. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. Anytime.
Udu,
Pop up the screen again.
do you want to contribute to the conversation, or do you want to ask King Lancelot a question? Thank you for coming on the stage. Can you hear me? Okay. We wait for you to come through. Oh, there you go. Greetings.
Greetings, everyone.
Greetings.
And I'm honored to be in this platform.
Thank you.
And I like what is happening. What our great brother, great king is doing is the right thing. Because no other person is coming to do it for us unless we have to do it by ourselves. And our lovely great ancestors will always protect you spiritually, physically, and also we that is supporting you for this great move you've taken. Our lovely ancestors will also protect us spiritually and physically. They know the truth. They know what you are saying is the truth. They know it. And what you are doing, you are not just doing it because you feel like. The ancestors is directing you. It's time for you to do the right thing. And that's what you are doing.
Yeah.
So I'm very happy for that.
Thank you. We're in the year of Jubilee. We are in the year of Jubilee. That year is a very royal year. Things has to be returned in this year. It's a Jubilee here. It's written. I did pop it up. It's a Jubilee. Look, Jubilee. You could find it all throughout. Look, Jubilee. If there remain, so this is Leviticus 25:52. If there remain but a few years until the year of Jubilee. Because let me just show you what I'm talking about. So Pope Francis, before he passed, look, 2025, you can look up it in the Papal Bill, Jubilee 2025. It is written. So again, you could find it, Jubilee. It says, and if there remain but few years unto the Jubilee, the year of Jubilee, then he shall count unto him, and according unto his year shall he give him again the price of his redemption. So you see, you have to redeem people. You have to give people back their things. We're in the year of Jubilee. Listen up. Leviticus, you could see it. That's what I'm saying. People have to know the reality is real, and he shall reckon unto him that bought him from the year that he was sold to him unto the year of Jubilee, and the price of him. sale shall be according unto the numbers of years, according to the time of the hire servant shall it be unto him. I have to give people back their things. Look, it's written. Look, and if a man purchase of the Levite them the house of such sold, and the city of his possession shall go in the year of Jubilee. For the house of the city of Levite are theirs possession amongst the children. Look, the inheritance is here. The inheritance. You have to give us back our inheritance. It tells you, read. This we're in the year of Jubilee. Listen up, my people. These things are real. Like, it's not just, look, it tells you. And if it be not redeemed within the space of a full year, then the house that is in the walled city shall be established forever. To him that bought it throughout his generation, it shall not go right out in the year of Jubilee. See, we should have it forever. As you can just see, it's see when you see it's forever. So that's why King Edward made sure it's forever, because even so, because in that time when that Jubilee passed, he made sure that he put this in place, so it continued on. So it's forever. It's established forever. You see, because it's established. Keep. I'm just gonna highlight all of it. But look, Leviticus 20, 25, 28. But if he be not able to restore it to him, then that which is sold shall remain in the hand of him that have bought it unto the year of Jubilee. And in the year of Jubilee it shall go out, and he shall return unto his possession. We're in the year of Jubilee. Things are supposed to return. It's our inheritance. Look, the king's children declared inheritable in England, wheresoever born. The law of the crown of England is and always have been such that the children of the kings of England in wheresoever part be born in England or elsewhere be able and ought to bear their inheritance after the death of their ancestors, which Lord, the king, the prelates, the earls, the barons, and the other great man, and all the commons assembled in this parliament do approve and affirm forever. We're in the year of Jubilee. These things, again, is real. According to the numbers of the year after the Jubilee shall buy unto thy neighbor, and according unto the numbers of the year of the fruits he shall sell unto thee. Look, in the year of Jubilee, ye shall return every man unto his possession. That's what I'm saying. This is what they're trying to distract us. Everything that they have taken, they're supposed to give it back. You see, like how the brother just, they're supposed to give it back. It's real. Like, you have to wake up. They're gonna put. I'm telling you, man. We keep going. There's too much evidence. Too much. Too much.
It's passionate. It's so true.
Yeah, man.
So true. So true.
It kicks in.
Thank you, Dana. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Thank you for coming to the stage. Thank you for patiently waiting. Would you like to contribute to the conversation, or would you like to ask a question? Your mic is muted. I'm not sure if you can hear us. Sana, I'll try and mute you my end.
Hi there.
Hi. Hi.
Hi there.
Go on, we can hear you. Lancer, can you think you could unmute her? I think she's having an issue with her mic.
Where is she now?
She's just on the. Because I tried to unmute her here, but it's difficult.
That's it. So it's saying you can invite out of the one to turn on their mic.
Right here.
Oh, there we
Oh,
go.
can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Yes.
Okay. How are you guys?
We're well, thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you.
I'm sorry, my dog is in the background.
It's okay. Would you like to
But I'm in
contribute
the
or ask a question?
I'm in the United States, but yeah, I wanted to get more information because I think I might come from out there that way somewhere.
Everyone comes from this way.
Yeah, for real.
No, I think everyone that do comes, I have to show them this. Highlight it for you. Let me show you this. You deserve to know this. You deserve to know this.
Right.
Let me show you. So look. You have royal blood in you. It's your inheritance. Look.
Yes. I just got my DNA done, so I
Mercia.
don't know.
Mercia, right? Look. Where did I find this? Look, Mercia. You see it, Mercia? I don't know if you can see it. Look, Mercia right here. Can you see it?
Yeah, I see it.
So Mercia, you can see it. This is in the Oxford Dictionary, Oxford language. Mercia, it is America. So all of the bloodlines, this extend to the north, the northwest of Mercia, from the island of from the Isles, it extends to America. So all of the royalty
Yeah.
extends. So they have the same blood. They have the same genealogy. So this is where you get the word America from, because it's a kingdom. It's an empire. It's a dark one. So these things have to be corrected in our mind. So because there are inheritance for everyone. The mic. Yeah. So there are inheritance for those that are in the Americas. Because again, like I mentioned, everything, even your supreme law cluster is the supreme law over here. That's your ancestral jurisdiction. It's there. It's here. So you just have to wake up. But yes, that's what I can provide for now. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Is there anything you want to contribute? I think what you talk about, you can go to our website, Sana, and you can do your genealogy by taking our surname research. You could just
Oh,
do
really?
yes, you could just do one surname, and you can begin to trace your steps back to Britain, and we can help you trace your migration, how you went to America with your surname as well.
Um, what's your website? Is it
House,
House of Lancelot?
Yeah.
that's right. House of
Did I
Lancelot.
pronounce that wrong? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Houseoflancelot.org.
Okay.
I put it
I
in the
would
chat.
like that. Is there a place where you can put DNA?
And we don't do DNA
Yeah.
because genealogy, we believe it can also back, I mean, you can do
Back
DNA
yeah.
outside of our website, but the genealogy will back your DNA. You know, some people are doing DNAs and people using fake results. But if you have your surname,
Mm.
you can know for sure it matches with your journey of your surname.
Yeah.
See, the thing is that I was brought to America when I was a baby, and I believed I was trafficked because I don't know my real name. I saw myself on a missing carton, but I can't get no answers. It's like I'm a trade or something, a political trade. It's just really kind of messed up.
I hear you, but we can start from what you have now. We can start
Mm-hmm.
there, and then we
With
can
that name? Okay. I
yeah.
would definitely need help. Thank you so much. I would definitely do that.
I appreciate that. Thanks for coming on stage.
Thank you so much. It's very informative.
You're
That's
welcome.
right.
Hmm.
Okay, I think Lancelot, that's it for the questioning today. It's now 1:28. What would you like to do?
Yeah, no, we call it a day. All right. Appreciate everyone. It's good. It's good. Yeah, make sure let everyone knows that we're here. It's a reality. It is, we're here. Let everyone knows it's a key factor. Um, connect everyone, because we have something absolute, and it's like how we spoke. We only require the people. I just need witness. I literally, I just need the audience. I could, I got an absolute power to remove everyone, but I need that power, that unity, that audience is required, because we need it. It's a need. So yeah, because the type of system we're in is a criminal one, and you know, with any criminal, you have to have a witness. So everyone come as witness, see what is there to be done, because we have absolute the intelligence is supreme. It's undoubtable, the highest. No king, no one can come across, but it's the fact that they have an allegiance of uneducated people that is in fear, and that their numbers are great. So our numbers has to be great too. That is just a part of the rules. All right. So that's the only thing I request from the people. You don't have to be educated, but just want to free yourself, and I'll do the rest.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming to our lives. Do share and let people know that we'll be back tomorrow. Next week, we'll be going Monday to Friday to celebrate Black Royal
Yes.
Day, month,
Yes.
week,
Yes.
Jubilee year. And
Yes.
we'll be going so we can just continue to remind you that we are royals. And so we're going to be celebrating. So normally we do Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. But King Lancelot has requested and is going to be going Monday to Friday and throughout the month of this wonderful year that we are. Okay, I'll leave it to you, King Lancelot, to
All
end
right,
it.
my people. Again, have a wonderful rest of the night, and just meet us again 9 o'clock. Come early. Just make sure everyone know 9 o'clock. I need to create a post for this. 9 o'clock. You alright? So, all right. Have a great afternoon or a great morning.